Chapter 3, continuing chapter 3, meeting of the minds. This is when all the parties are in agreement on all the key terms, all the details of the contract. Now, the school exam focuses more on the financing aspect of that. So, the definition you need to know for the meeting of the minds for the school exam is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and the financing method. How you coming up with the rest of the cash? Kickbacks, we learned that they're illegal. It's giving anything to somebody who doesn't have a license, number one. Um, or receiving a payment from anyone other than your broker. Because who can you be paid by?
Broker,
Only your broker.
only broker.
Only your broker. Yep.
Yes, yes.
Um, so like when referral fees get paid out, they get paid out to your broker and then your broker pays you. You know, that's how you receive it. You don't get paid from other brokers. Like if you send out a client who's selling a house or buying a house somewhere else in the country, that referral fee, when it gets paid, when they close on a transaction, it gets paid to your broker and then your broker pays you. So, um, getting money from anybody else is a kickback. Now, buyers of a primary residence can receive a buyer's rebate if your broker allows offering them. Um, a primary residence is not necessarily just your first home. It could be your 10th home, but it's the one that you're living in. That is your primary residence. The one you have on your driver's license, the one you file your taxes with, that is your primary residence. So we can only give rebates on the primary residence. However, we got to follow regulations when it comes to giving rebates. Needs to be in writing from the time that we start working with the client that we're going to be offering a rebate, how much that rebate's going to be, and to advise them to consult with a tax professional. Okay. So that's the skinny on meeting of the minds for for state exams, the wider definition. Just you're aware of all the and in agreement on all the terms of the contract. School exam focuses on the financing method. It's when you're in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. Kickback is getting or giving anything to someone who's not licensed, or receiving a payment from anybody other than your broker. And buyer's rebates can only be given to buyers of a primary residential residence. So we can't give them for commercial properties, investment properties, or anything like that. Only buyers of a primary residence can receive a rebate. And everybody needs to be aware that you're giving that rebate. All right. So once again, here's that kickback definition. So we could give rebates back to buyers of a primary residence, and therefore it's not considered a kickback. We're actually not paying them directly, though. When we give rebates, we're not paying them directly. It's actually going to be a direct reduction of our commission that's owed to our agency before we do the split with our brokers. So the rebate is going to be in the form of a credit or check at closing from whoever the closing agent is, an attorney or title company or what have you. All right. Um, so uh, if we give closing gifts to buyers, um, we should keep the value down. You know, I put $25 here. Keep it in the general region. It shouldn't be a large amount. Because we don't want in any way to be construed as receiving a kickback. We have these customized magazines. Here's just some ideas for giving closing gifts to buyers. I like to give ones that are business related, like this one from Reminder Media. It's like a customized magazine. It looks like you're the one that's creating it and sending it out to them. In the meantime, it's a professionally done magazine. Um, but here's some other ideas for closing gifts for buyers. I don't like giving cheap bottles of wine to them. They get a headache. They're thankful, then they get a headache, and then they're like, oh, yeah, yeah. Give me a bottle of wine or something. You don't have to give any closing gifts to buyers, but if you choose to, try to keep the value not too excessive. And here's some ideas: branded cutting boards, that maybe put their name on it, the family name on it. or a branded caricature portrait of the buyers standing in front of their new home. Those are pretty neat ones too. And you could order them where you get professional artists that make them, and then they put them on a canvas and they frame it and all that. Um, and they're not that expensive, but heck, with these days with AI, you could probably even do it yourself if you're if you know how to do that. Um, but this Reminder Media, I'll just give you a little show really quick, show you what that looks like. These are these customized magazines. Uh, Here's an example of one, American Lifestyle. You got the real estate agent's picture on it, says compliments of, and has your name on it, your agency logo, your contact information. It looks like it's the magazine is created by you, and it's got you referenced throughout the magazine as well. But yet there's professionally written stories in there, how to maintain your home and all kinds of stuff like that. Uh, Let me try to pull it up. The branded magazines. Here, let's pull these up. They got them available in digital too. I just don't like the digital ones because people could just label them as spam and stop getting them after a while. Better off having these mailed to their home. Okay, what's going on here? Branded magazines. There we go. Because they got several different ones that you could choose from too. I like the ones that are real estate related, seeing as we're in a real estate business. But they got ones for people who work out, active lifestyles, and all kinds of stuff. I'm just trying to find where the heck they are here. Oh, here we go. Here's some of them. Good to be home. That's one of the magazines. Let's see. They're just showing all their other marketing materials. Here we go. So you got the Home and Garden Style magazine here, Good to Be Home. Then you have the Lifestyle and Design magazine, also about your real estate. And then you got some that go off. They're not really real estate related so much. They deal more with your healthy living or business, just for things that people may be interested in, your clients may be interested in. But I like to keep them real estate related. They teach you even things like, how to plant a garden, how to carve a pumpkin, all kinds of crap like that. They give these professionally um, uh, written articles and such, but it's branded towards you. You see this? You're integrated into the cover, so that's pretty good way to stay in front of people. And they get this several times a year. You could set them up on a several year subscription. And it's also a good reason to follow up with them, with your past clients. Why would you want to follow up with past clients who you already sold the home to? Why would you want to follow up with them? How about to try to get some new business? You know, Hopefully they were happy with the service you provided, and you could just ask them, hey, all casual conversation, just this is, you say your name. This is Victor from whatever real estate company. You know, um, just following up, seeing how you're settling in the house, if everything's going good there. Remember, I sold you your house. I hope you're happy with the service I provided for you there. And I set you up on that magazine. I just want to make sure you were still getting that magazine, and if you like that at all, or would you want me to switch it up? There's other magazines I could switch it up for, but and then you start having the conversation with them. Well, I'm glad you like the services that I provided to you, and real estate is heavily dependent on referrals. So I'd like to ask you questions since I got you on the phone. Out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think would be next to make a move? See, I'm not asking them, do you know anybody looking to buy or sell or rent? Because that's a closed-end question. Closed-end questions are met with yes or no. So people are lazy, so they're probably not gonna try to scan their mind too much. They're gonna be like, no. And then boom, conversation's shut down. But in this type of scenario, see, there are situations where you need a yes or no answer. Like, are you going to be making an offer on this house? Yes or no? Are you interested in this house? Yes or no? But for Things like uh, when you're asking for referral business, you're going to want to ask them, out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think would be next to make a move? And then that would cause people to scan their minds at least a little bit, and try to think of somebody. And they're like, oh, yeah, maybe this person at work, or, oh, yeah, I got a family member. They just got married. They're going to be looking to get a house. So it's in how you ask the questions. Sales is very particular. You got closed-end questions and you got those open-end questions. And this is a perfect opportunity to ask an open-ended question like that. All right. Um, you're surfing for business. That's why you follow up with older clients. It is cheaper, much, much cheaper to get new business from older clients, referrals, than it is from creating a new client. It costs you a lot more money to get a new client, to do advertising and marketing. Whereas if you just start following up after a while, you get more and more clients. You just follow up with your older clients and you ask them for referral business. Yeah. All right. Back to the slideshow here. So let's on page 36. New Jersey's license laws make it illegal for a broker to share a commission with anyone who is not licensed. Okay. Any form of gift or compensation, for instance, giving a television to a friend for providing a valuable lead, or paying finder's fees or a portion of the commission, these are kickbacks. Kickbacks are also the return of part of a commission as gifts or money to sellers, because that's not legal in New Jersey. We're only allowed to give rebates to buyers, not sellers. Okay. So here's an example of a real estate agent who did not give the rebate properly, and I guess somebody reported him. He got in trouble for it. Um, so he paid money out of his sale commission at the transaction. Remember, I told you that when you pay rebates, it has to be done properly. It's going to be a direct reduction from your commission before you ever get your commission, before your brokerage gets paid the commission. It's a direct reduction at the closing table, and the client will get the money paid to them by the closing agent. So before we ever get our commissions for our brokerage, before that's split with our broker, um, that commission will be taken out. You do not give anybody a check. Okay, that's not how it works. Um, that's apparently what this guy did. He gave somebody a rebate out of his commission, and so therefore that means that he was paying it all on his own. As normally commissions, the broker would split that with you, because it comes off the top before we split our commissions. So it's coming out of both your ends. So it's less of an impact on your commission. So he had to complete 3 hours of CE that won't count towards his license renewal, and he had to pay a $7,500 fine for giving somebody a rebate the wrong way. That's messed up. But you got to follow the rules. How they find out? I don't know. They got their ways. All right. So salesperson's compensation is determined by mutual agreement between you and your broker at the time you start working with them in your independent contractor employment agreement. That's where it would be specified. Now, most brokers have commission schedules that you would have to follow, and two brokers' commissions schedules should not be the same. Okay, some brokers, they just say, oh, we'll start you out at this and then we could revisit it later, the commission splits. And that's, they should have some kind of a plan in place, not, well, we could renegotiate later or we could come up with something later. That's not the proper way to do it. They should have some sort of a fee schedule, maybe for your first X number of transactions that you do, your commission splits at this amount. Any amount over that, it goes up to another amount. Any amount over that goes over to another amount. Or they could base it based on GCI, gross commission income to the brokerage. So how much in commissions did you generate for the brokerage firm? So instead of going by number of sales, it goes by amount of money that came in. And then once you reach a certain amount of total commissions that you brought in, then you go up to the next commission level and the next commission level. Now, some brokers have this, a lot of brokers have it, so that resets at the end of the year. So then you got to go back and starts back at the drawing point, and then you got to work your way back up each year. Some brokers, they realize that this is a time where agents will jump ship, go to other brokerages who are then offering them higher commissions. So brokers may offer what we call rolling fees, rolling commission schedules. So let's just say you need to earn so much in sales before you go up to the next commission split amount. So to get the higher commission split. With a 12-month rolling commission fee schedule, you may have to earn more money before you get up to the next bracket. But the bonus to doing it this way is that it does not ever reset. You don't go back to 50% and then work your way back up. It's like once you work your way up and you reach those goals, as long as you maintain, you stay in that commission bracket. So that's probably one of the fairer ways to do the commission splits with the agents. The people who just say, "Hey, the commission split is this amount and that's it." I don't know about that one. That one can be a little sketchy. You could find agents, one agent doing more business than the other agent, but they're not getting the same commission split as that other agent is. That's a lot of drama in the office when that stuff happens. So there's a lot of different ways that commissions can be paid out to agents. Just when you interview with brokers, ask for their commission fees and schedules and what other deductions that they may charge when you're interviewing with brokers to find out, what those fees are. It's important to know how much you're going to get paid at the end of the day, right? And there's a lot of different commission fee schedules that a broker can have it set up. And one broker should not set up their commission fee splits based on what another brokerage is doing, because they may have entirely different expenses. One broker may be offering you a very nice office space where the other one's, it's mediocre office space. One may be offering all kinds of software and marketing tools that they pay for, whereas another brokerage does not. So because they're putting out these expenses, these are business expenses. They have to be aware that they may not be able to offer higher commissions because they're giving you more tools. So beware of brokerages that offer 100% commission. There's no such thing as 100% commission, because how are they staying in business and feeding their family, right? You got to realize that there's no such thing. They're taking the money out somehow. They're going to be nickel and diming you somewhere to get that payment. And ones that charge what we call desk fees, you should, especially as a new agent, avoid any brokerage that charges you desk fees. There's no reason for you to pay a desk fee. A desk fee is like you paying rent for the privilege of hanging your license at that brokerage firm. Whether you have closings or not, you need to pay the desk fees every month. Okay. And they can be as cheap as $50 a month or as expensive as a couple thousand. And in exchange, you get a higher commission split. Okay. Yeah, but less support, less tools from the brokerage, usually when that happens. Okay, so anyway, the real estate commission requires that unless agreed upon otherwise, a salesperson's share of the commission must be paid by the broker within 10 days of receipt by the broker. The only exception being a case in which the commission has not yet cleared. So 10 days or as soon as the check clears. That's what you need to know for exam question. Hint, hint. This is on page 42, second paragraph. So salesperson's share of the commission must be paid only by the agent's broker within 10 days of
10
receipt
days.
or as soon as the check clears, whichever happens first. Because the broker doesn't have to pay you a commission if they didn't get the money yet, right? All right. So creation of agency with sellers and buyers. This is done with your brokerage service agreements. It can be done with an exclusive listing agreement, exclusive buyer's agency agreement, designated agency agreements, or disclosed dual agency agreements. It's done by some sort of a contract, okay, to create that agency. The first document we give to anyone that we intend to do business with, explaining the different types of business relationships, is what? What's the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with?
ID.
CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. It's the disclosure of brokerage agreements, brokerage relationships. It's a disclosure of brokerage relationships. You could work with somebody as an agent, buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, disclosed dual agent, designated agent, or a transaction broker.
CIS, Consumer
Information Statement. The Consumer Information Statement.
That's a disclosure of buyers.
It's a disclose. Well, it's not just for buyers. It's for anybody you intend to do
Anybody.
business. It is only required for residential. But the CIS is a disclosure of brokerage business relationships.
Okay.
Yeah. In chapter 2, we went over chapter 2 and chapter 3 at the beginning. We went over that a little bit.
Right.
All right. So here on page 45, we could highlight that. New Jersey regulations require licensees to present a CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, a form for disclosure to all potential clients, sellers, buyers, landlords, tenants, for the sale or rental of all 1 to 4 family residential properties or vacant 1-family lots. Because anything else is considered commercial real estate. And even though we could sell commercial real estate, we cannot prepare contracts for those kinds of properties. But we got to give that CIS form to anyone we intend to do business for residential real estate, which is 1 to 4 families or single buildable residential lots. Anything more than that's considered commercial. And only for rentals that are more than 125 days. Anything less than 125-day rentals, they're considered seasonal rentals, and you don't have to give them the CIS form. And it's just an explanation. That sheet is just an explanation of the different types of buyer or brokerage agreements, business relationships. Okay. Everybody got it?
Yes.
Okay. So once again, real estate agents are required to furnish that CIS before any discussion of the seller or landlords or buyers or tenants' motivation or financial situation is discussed. So before you even get into a conversation, why are you moving? Where are you planning on moving to? Have you got pre-approved for a mortgage yet? What price range you looking in? What price range have you been approved for already? Before you ever start entering into that discussion, you have to disclose to the consumer who you're going to represent in the transaction and how. Wouldn't you want to know if that agent who's asking you all these questions is actually going to be working on your side for you before you start disclosing all this information of how much you can afford to pay? and what your motivation to move is, what your sense of urgency is to move. If you're disclosing that things to somebody who's not going to be representing you, um, you're maybe giving up some of your negotiation stance there because now they know what your deal is. Okay, so that's all that's talking about. You may want to highlight that line. I think they use it on exam, hint, hint, for page 45. Bless you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Now, the CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement, we give this to anybody we intend to do business with, so therefore we need to have it at open houses. And we need to present it to people before we do any showings. It must be signed by all parties, this newer version anyway. And we need to keep it on file for retainer for 6 years if we enter into a contract with these people. If not, we need to keep it for 6 months. Okay, so there you go. Everything you need to know on one slide about the CIS. CIS, Consumer Information Statement, safe to give to anyone you intend to do business with, even though it's only required to be given to owners, buyers, renters of residential transactions. It's not required for short-term rentals, less than 125 days, or for commercial transactions. CIS is a disclosure of business relationships, describing the different ways your agency can work with or represent someone. It's the first thing, the first document given to anyone you intend to do business with. When do you give it to them? First thing.
First thing.
It's required before any discussion of the consumer's motivation or financial situation is initiated. It's the first thing you give to anyone you intend to do business with. Did I say first thing enough?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if working as a dual agent, an informed consent to dual agency agreement must also be signed. Or if you're working as a designated agent, you also need to get them to sign one of those designated agency agreements. All right. And here's a little tip. If you're going to try to turn this into a brochure instead of a multi-page document, the minimum font size for the CIS form by law requires a minimum 12-point font size. Okay. So if you print it on legal size paper, you could get an extra cover page maybe that you could customize, or the back page of this CIS brochure, which you're supposed to give to anyone you intend to do business with. You can make it look like a brochure if you print it on legal size paper, and then you could fold it accordion style, and it looks like you got an extra panel that you could customize. It used to be you could have an extra front and a back panel, but they lengthened this document, so now you're only get one extra panel. Okay? Because they added that additional form of agency there now, the designated agent. And now they have signature lines on it. In the past, you could just give it to people. Now you need to get them to sign it. So technically, if somebody calls you on the phone and they start asking you information about a property, you're supposed to stop them and start reading off to them the CIS form, explaining to them the different types of agency relationships. But if you start doing that, they'll probably hang up on you and try to call back, get somebody else. So it's suggested at your next first in-person meeting that you give the CIS form to anybody that you intend to do business with. Okay, before you start showing them properties, you have to. Okay, everybody got this screenshot? This is a good notes to study for everything you need to know about CIS form right here. So it's good to get a screenshot of it with your snippet tool, or take your cell phone, snap a picture of it with that way. All right. Okay, so different ways you could terminate an agency relationship. Well, death or incompetency of either party, right? Incompetency, you're not of sound mind, right? Um, yeah, maybe you have Alzheimer's, dementia, or maybe you're just crazy. I don't know. Can't be in a contract with somebody who's not of sound mind, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Incompetency could also mean that you're not of legal age.
Hmm.
And how are you going to be in an agency relationship with someone if they're dead? Right.
Yeah.
So that one's a gimme. So destruction or condemnation of the property. Condemnation could mean that the property is simply unsafe to enter, or it could mean that the property is going to be taken away by eminent domain. Condemnation is actually a court hearing. It's the actual taking of the property through the courts by somebody who has the powers of eminent domain. So destruction or condemnation of the property, that would terminate your agency relationship. Expiration of the term of the agency. Your listing expired. Well, renew it, extend it, you know. Mutual agreement to terminate the agency. Renunciation by the agent. Agent could decide they don't want to work with you for some reason. I don't know, maybe you're discriminating and they don't want to deal with you. Revocation by the principal. Ooh, we got to be careful with this one. The principal's our client. If they just decide that they want to cancel the agency relationship with us, they could do so. There's nothing we could do about it. You know, hey, I don't want to work with you no more. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But now we need to explain to them a few things. If this is a listing scenario where you have a listing with them, if that principal is not a buyer but a seller, you got to let them know. Okay, that's fine. No problem. But this does not cancel our listing agreement. So if you still change your mind and you want to sell at any point, you need to come back to me to help you sell your property. Because if you sell it on your own or you relist it with another agency, you're still liable to us for the commission. If our original listing agreement term had not expired yet. Okay. So if you ever have a seller that says, oh, you know what, we changed our mind, we don't want to sell no more. And then they turn around and they say, but I need to make sure I need to get an unconditional release from your listing.
What?
Now I have an eyebrow that's going to get lifted. It's going to be like, say what? I mean, who talks like that, right? If you change your mind, you don't want to sell, you just say, hey, I don't want to sell no more. Can you take my property off the market? Sure, no problem. But when they start saying, now, is this going to be an unconditional release from the listing? I need to make sure it's an unconditional release. No, you know, you said you're not going to sell it, so then it don't matter. Now, the only time that it matters is if some little birdie's been whispering sweet nothings into your ear trying to woo you away from me.
I have a question. Sorry, Victor.
Yeah.
What is unconditional release form?
Well, unconditional release means that you're releasing them from the listing and they're free to sell the property on their own or with another agency and not owe you a commission anymore.
But what will make them ask that?
Because some little birdie's been whispering sweet nothings in their ear trying to woo them away from me, maybe making promises that they'll charge them less commission or whatever it is. Whatever the story is that they're telling them to try to solicit my client's business.
So they're trying to take the commission away from me and get their own commission.
Yeah, you got a listing. You got a listing, right? So somebody hired you to market their property for sale to try to find a ready, willing, and able buyer so you could sell the home and earn a commission, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we got that listing, and then all of a sudden your client says, you know what, we changed our mind. We don't want to sell no more, but I need an unconditional release. You should, something's up. Because that's not normal talk. People don't normally talk like that. Who says I need an unconditional? Most people like you didn't even know what that means, right?
Right.
So that's usually an agent who's trying to get your listing. They're soliciting the business of another agent trying to steal their listing away.
Got it.
And
Okay.
and then they tell their clients, you got to make sure you get an unconditional release though, because if you don't, you'll still be liable to that original listing agency for the full commission, and you'll have to pay us the full commission as well.
So they have to pay both commission because it's now listed under two different
Yeah.
agents.
So it's important that you get that unconditional release from the listing.
Got it. Okay.
So now an agent that does this is knowingly breaking the law.
Mm-hmm.
You are not allowed to solicit the business of another agent. Okay.
Okay.
So have you guys ever gotten postcards in the mail from real estate agents, or letters or postcards or anything in the mail?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You notice always at the bottom, it'll always say, if your please disregard this offer
Yes.
if your property's already listed with another agent. At minimum, that's what it should say. So sometimes it'll say a little more, please disregard this offer if your property's already listed with another agent. We fully cooperate with other agencies, and it's not our intention to solicit the business of other brokers, or,
Okay.
they can be as wordy as they want on that, but they have to have some sort of a disclosure, because if that lands in the mailbox of a property that is already listed with a real estate agent, then they are soliciting the business of another broker. So they need that disclosure. Sorry, I did not mean to get it in your mailbox. I'm just sending this at random to everybody. That's
Gotcha.
basically what that disclosure says.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand.
So if you ever got a client that says, hey, they want to cancel, they want to cancel a listing, they change their mind, but they're asking for an unconditional release from the listing, it's up to you whether you give it or not, but
I ain't giving it up. I'm giving up my money.
I'd ask more questions. It's like, if they want to cancel a listing, hey, there's nothing we could do about that. But giving you an unconditional release, I'm going to be like, well, you don't need an unconditional release if you're not going to sell it. So, no, we're not going to give you an unconditional release, but that shouldn't matter because you just said that you didn't want
You're not selling it.
right? So it shouldn't matter anyway. An unconditional release would mean that you can cancel the listing with me and then go sell it on your own or with someone else and not owe us the commission anymore. And the only reason why that would have happened is if another agent has been whispering in your ear trying to solicit your business away from me.
Right.
Are you not happy with the service that I've been providing for you? If there's an issue, I'd wish you'd discuss it directly with me. We could go over it. I want my clients to be happy. You try to recover it, try to save whatever is going on here.
Correct.
And if another agent's been talking to you, let me know. I could have a conversation with them, see what's up with this. They know they shouldn't be doing that. Is another agent doing that? You mind me asking what their name is? And then I'm going to file a formal complaint against them. Because screw you if you're trying to steal my business, right?
That's right.
Right. So be careful about that when you hear that unconditional release. Okay. Now, bankruptcy of either party.
Question. I'm sorry. Question. Who asking the unconditional relief? The client?
The property. No, the owner. The owner of the property. Yeah. This has nothing to do with buyer. Yeah.
Principal.
Yeah. That has to deal with the seller here.
The seller.
Yeah. The owner of the property that you got a listing, because they could be a landlord too. It could be a lease. It could be a sale. I'm not sure. When it comes to buyers can drop you and start working with somebody else at any time they want. But when we got listing agreements, we usually have those listings for a term that we agreed to in a listing contract. And often that term, 6 months, a year or more, and if they're asking for a release from that listing, it's usually because another agent was telling them to make sure they get one.
So asking for the release, so they release to the commission as well, right?
Well, if you don't have a listing, if you have an unconditional release from the listing, you don't earn a commission.
You don't earn a commission. Okay.
Okay, because the homeowner can just simply say, we changed our mind, we want to cancel the listing, take the property off the market. Okay, no problem. Sign this paper so we could take it out, we could change the status and take it off the MLS. Okay, so we could change the status of the listing. But then if they start asking for an unconditional release, now my antennas go up. I'm like, something's not right here. Who asks for an
Agent,
unconditional
yeah.
release unless they've been coached by an agent who's trying to solicit my business? So I
Mhm.
tell them, no, I'm not giving an unconditional release. There's no need for one because you just said that you're not looking to sell it. The only time that that comes into play is if another agent's trying to steal my listing, right?
Mhm.
And the agent knows that that's illegal. So if you think an agent is willing to break the law just to get that listing away from me so that they could get that listing, how soon do you think that they would throw you under the bus to get paid a commission? You think they're going to be looking out for your best interest or just to get a closing?
To the closing.
So Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I highly advise if you're another agent is trying to do these illegal things, because they are breaking the law and they're knowingly breaking the law by doing so, I would say just report them, let or just tell me their name and I'll have a conversation with them and I'll put them in line. They should not be doing that. They're given a bad reputation for our industry, agents that act like this too.
It's
So,
unethical.
yeah, it's unethical. It's actually it's illegal. It's not
Yeah.
just unethical, it's illegal. They're breaking the law. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if you have any issues with me, I wish you'd bring them up with me so that we could resolve them. Or was it just that they were promising you a lower commission and guaranteeing that they'll sell your house or some nonsense like that? Because no agent can make those kinds of promises. And then I'll have that conversation with them. And then usually you could recover that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, bankruptcy of either party. Well, what is the purpose of bankruptcy? It's to get you out of contractual obligations, not to get into new ones.
Right.
Usually, if somebody files for bankruptcy, you're not going to be able to sell their house. It's such a rare, super rare instance that you could sell someone's property if they're in bankruptcy. The property would have had to have been discharged as an asset of the bankruptcy. And that's usually not the case. That's not going to happen. So there are different types of bankruptcy, Chapter 7, 11, 13. They get you out of contractual obligations. They try to restructure your debt repayment. Some of these versions of bankruptcy could even be a discharge of some of the debt or all of the debt. Okay. I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, so I can't tell you which one's which and what the particulars are on them, but I just know just the general aspects of the bankruptcy stuff. So usually, if you're going to get a listing, you think it's a good question to ask the person if they're in bankruptcy, if they already filed for bankruptcy.
Yes.
I don't think you should ask them that.
I would, because you're not going to
You
be
ask them that before you give them the CI.
S.
Oh, no. I'm talking about when you're getting the listing. When you're going in to get a listing, that's a question that you should ask them. Are you going through divorce? Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Are you in danger of foreclosure? Have you filed for bankruptcy? Because you may not want that listing.
Gotcha.
It may do you no good to get a listing of a property you can't sell. If it's in bankruptcy, you're not going to be able to sell it. Not
So you
unless the
think
judge
it's
specifically ordered and allows it.
bankruptcy, divorce. What was
Yep.
the other example?
Bankruptcy, are you currently, you could ask them, is your property currently in distress? Ask it that way. And what this means, if your property's in distress, have you filed for bankruptcy? Are you getting divorced? Are you going through a divorce right now? Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Are you in danger of foreclosure? Has a sheriff's sale been scheduled? Important things to know. Now, all those other options other than bankruptcy, you could still sell a house, you could still get a listing, but you need to know that information up front because you're going to take an entirely different approach on how you're going to sell that house. Because there may be a different sense of urgency if they're behind on their mortgage payments in danger of foreclosure. We may not want to list this property at the highest possible price possible, but we need to list it at a price that we could sell it as quick as possible. Okay, so that they could avoid the bankruptcy, we could save them from. I'm sorry, so that they can avoid the foreclosure.
Are we going to get into the foreclosure? Because
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So completion or fulfillment of the purpose for which the agency was created. Congratulations, you sold their house. Why do you need an agency relationship anymore with them? Move on with your life. Enjoy your commissions. So these are the different ways to terminate an agency relationship. And it's the same thing. I'm giving it from the perspective of from a listing. That's more important than from the buyer side, really. But now we got those BSA brokerage service agreements for buyers. So we got expiration dates on those, and they could terminate those agency relationships just by giving a written notice within 3 days. Wait 3 days and they could get out of it, but not a listing agreement. But for exams, they usually ask you, what are the different ways you could terminate an agency relationship? They'll give you some multiple choice answer options. Okay.
Mhm.
So we got it right here. And I made a couple extra notes here, which are not listed in the book there. This is on what page? 48. Yeah. On page 48, you could put that box around this section here. You could snap a picture of this and just write the notes in later. Okay.
So this agency, termination of agency, that's like I might be silly question. These are the brokers' offices, those are the agency, right?
Termination of agency relationships. So termination
Yes, yes,
of agency is when you're working with a client,
okay.
how we could
Mhm.
terminate that relationship. So you're not working with that client anymore. These are the different ways that could happen. If they die,
Can't work
Mhm.
with them.
or if they're incompetent, the property burns down, expiration of the term. Well, renew it, extend it.
Mhm.
Mutual agreement just to terminate. Both parties just mutually agree to terminate. Renunciation by the agent or renunciation by the principal, the client. Bankruptcy of either party. And completion or fulfillment for the purpose of that agency.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So if the buyer is the principal, we use a written employment contract, an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. Payment of the fee does not create the agency relationship. Signing of a contract does. So the CIS form, if it has check boxes, the newer ones do not. The newer ones, the older one just explained the different types of agency relationships and then checked off as of now, this is how we intend to work with you. The newer CIS form, they left those check boxes off. They just put signature lines there. If you want, you could put that, customize it a little bit and put on your own check boxes back in there, which way I intend to work with you now, as of now. And that could always change later. An informed consent of dual agency agreement, exclusive buyer agency agreement, designated agent agreement, a listing agreement, or any brokerage service agreement, which is now required by law that we use with every buyer, seller, landlord, or tenant we work with. That talks about who we're working with, how we're representing them, and who's paying us the commission, how much that commission is, and if it's allowed to be split or not. So some sort of a contract is required to create that agency agreement. Now, payment options can be a retainer fee, a flat fee, or from a commission split with the listing agent, or paid per showing. We do not get paid salary. We do not get paid by the hour. Okay? That would make us employees. So dual agency, this is all stuff we've already gone over. I'm just going over it again in this chapter. Dual agency would be when either one agent is representing both the buyer and the seller to purchase or lease a property, or when you have two different agents from the same brokerage firm, one representing the seller, one representing the buyer, and there's no designated agency that was created. it's still dual agency because the company, the agency that both those agents work for, is representing both parties in the transaction. So it's dual agency. There's nothing wrong with dual agency as long as it's properly disclosed and you get the person's permission to work as a dual agent. You need both parties, both sides of the transaction. So if you're working with a seller and a buyer, you need to get both of their permission. You don't just tell them, hey, I'm working as a dual agent representing both of you. You need to get their implicit permission to work that way. So you get them to sign an informed consent to dual agency agreement. There's 4 versions of this form. One for a seller, one for a buyer. They'll sign their own form. It's not like one form that they both sign. One for a landlord and one for a tenant. So there's nothing wrong with informed dual agency. Undisclosed dual agency, however, is illegal. If you're representing both parties in a transaction, you didn't get their permission to represent both parties in a transaction, that's illegal.
Our question, how do you represent both if one is a buyer and one is a seller?
Yep. You got a listing. A buyer calls you, they're interested in your listing. Great. You show them the listing. They want to put an offer in on it. Great. So you put a contract together.
Mhm.
You're working as a dual agent now because you're representing both the seller and the buyer.
Wait a minute. If the listing, if I have a listing,
Yep. The seller hired you, right?
the seller hired me to sell their property.
Correct.
I put it on my listing,
So you advertise that property and
right?
you get a buyer that's interested. They contact you directly. You show them that property.
Okay, now I get it.
You're helping them out too. So now you're representing both parties in the transaction.
Got it. Okay, now I understand. Okay.
If you don't tell them, hey, I'm representing the seller already, but
Mhm.
I also represent you. Are you okay with that? Me representing both parties in a transaction. Okay, well then I need you to sign an informed consent to dual agency. That would allow me to work that way. Otherwise, I can't represent you in this transaction. I could work with you, but I won't be representing you as well.
Okay. Now, is that usually done a dual agent? Like,
Yeah, well, it's up to the agent. I represent my clients. So yes, I would represent both parties in the transaction.
okay.
Now, there's a new type of agency in New Jersey called designated agency, where the broker can designate one agent to work exclusively with the seller only and another agent from their same brokerage to work exclusively with the buyer only.
Okay.
If that's the case, it is not dual agency. The broker will be a dual agent, but their agents are assigned to work exclusively with the seller and exclusively with the buyer and represent them just like they would represent if you were only working with a seller or a buyer.
Okay.
So that is allowed. That's the new type of agency now because the broker designated you to work only with one or the other. But you're not going to get commission on both ends of the deal then in that case.
No,
So,
you only get one.
so I don't mind working as a dual agent. I can represent both parties in the transaction without disclosing to the other any information they tell me in
And
confidence.
would you get 2 commissions?
You get you get the seller side and the buyer side of the commission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So because there's two sides of a transaction, right? Seller side and a buyer side.
Yes.
Now you cannot place one client's interest above another if one agency is representing both parties in the transaction. Salespeople must remain neutral with their agency acts as a dual agent. Agents cannot provide the highest level of loyalty or disclosure when working as a dual agent. Yeah, because if you learn about information from the other side, you would normally have to go and report it to the other side.
Right.
But you can't do that because you're representing both parties. So you can't play favorites and say, well, this one told me that they'll accept a lower price, or this one said that they'll pay a higher price. You got to keep your mouth shut. If you can't do that, don't work as a dual agent. Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
When you say double commission, it doesn't mean double commission. It just means you don't have to share your commission with anybody. So you keep 100% the commission by yourself. That right?
Okay. There's been some changes in the laws in the last couple of years, well, in the last year or so because of that NAR lawsuit. Okay, that NAR lawsuit settlement. And the states have, a lot of states have made changes to their contracts requiring brokers to enter into brokerage service agreements.
Mhm.
In the past, this is how it was always done. The seller lists their property with a real estate agent for sale. They negotiate on a commission that the seller's agent is going to charge the seller. Then that commission gets split between the buyer side and the seller side of the transaction. Okay?
Split. That was my question. So when you say one agent is work like a dual agent, keep it the whole commission, doesn't share with anybody.
Correct.
All right, good, gotcha. So,
That was the traditional way of charging commissions, but because of this class action NAR lawsuit against NAR, you had some people, some homeowners saying, well, why should I have to pay the side of the commission for the buyer's agent? I don't want them splitting the commission. What do you care? You negotiated on the commission. You were okay with the total commission amount. Now you're not okay with the agent splitting it with the other one to try to entice other agents to bring in buyers. So because of that lawsuit now, we need to have these brokerage service agreements that when we negotiate what the total commission is, if the seller allows us to split the commission with the other side, that's one thing we need to get in writing. And if not, then the seller will only pay the seller's agent side of the commission, and the buyer will have to pay their own side of the commission to their agent. They're not getting it from the seller. It's not getting split. So that's possible too. So that's the new scenario now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I
So
got kind of lost in that.
now they're starting to now the whole thing behind this. They're like all you heard in the news. The news was like, oh yes, you're not going to have to pay these expensive 6% commissions anymore. These standard commissions that real estate agents charge. There is no standard commission. All commissions have always been negotiable between the seller and the buyer, and we've always split those commissions. So they tried to make us look like we were doing something wrong, which really ticks me off that NARS did a settlement on this lawsuit because I think they should have fought it because it was BS. It was a BS accusation to begin with. We always have disclosures of what the total commission is and how we're splitting it, and we get the owners to sign off on that. So this one trying to claim, oh, I didn't know this is, I didn't get permission to split the commission to get paid, and that's nonsense. We've always had it that it was in writing and it was always split. So that was the whole thing. And now the news caught onto it and they were like, well, now this will make homes more affordable and sellers can keep more of their commissions instead of having to pay them out for the buyer side as well. Yeah, but the negative part that they don't tell you about is that if sellers don't agree to pay off a commission to a buyer's agent to bring in buyers and introduce them to your property, and the buyer would have to pay their own commission now to their agent, well, now the buyer needs to have that money in their pocket right now to pay. It's more money the buyer needs in order to purchase a home. So aren't you making it more expensive for buyers to purchase a home if they now need not only all the money that was normally needed to purchase a house, but they also have to dig in their pockets to pay their agent a commission now if the seller's not agreeing to pay it and split it? So one of the things I get all the time when I get a listing, I got agents now calling me up. Is the seller offering any commission? Because they need to know, do they need to charge their clients or do they just not need to show this home because their clients don't want to pay the commission if the seller's not agreeing to split it? Because normally that commission comes out of the sales price. And the buyer can make a higher offer, and that commission comes out of there, and it gets split, but they're financing that commission. It's not coming out of their pocket right now, you know. So it made it more affordable for home buyers to get into ownership. You know, now it's harder for home buyers to get into ownership if the sellers are not offering to split a commission or pay the commission. So you never heard any of that aspect of it from on the news when they were all bragging about, oh, NAR got lost, sued all these agents that were charging these standard commission rates. You know, that it was a juicy story for them for a minute. You know, they had their 15 minutes with that, and now it's costs more for buyers to get into homes. All right. So when working as a dual agent, you can't place one client's interest above another. They tell you anything in confidence, keep it to yourself. Salesperson must remain neutral. You can't provide the highest level of loyalty because of that. But then again, in your typical real estate transaction, you shouldn't have agents violating their fiduciary duties, telling you something, some confidential information that you would be required to run back to them and tell your client. You know, that's that would only take place if another agent violated their fiduciary duties and opened their mouth. Now, if one client's okay with dual agency, but the other isn't, the agent can represent one client as their agent and still work with the other as a customer. So they can work as a transaction broker without owing them any fiduciary duties. So there's no agency relationship there. So you could work with one person, like representing the seller as a seller's agent, and then work with the buyer as a transaction broker on that same transaction. So in that case, there would be no dual agency involved. All right, so page 49. While dual agency itself is not illegal, undisclosed dual agency is. See, in the book, we highlight this stuff. We highlight a line here, a line there. On my slides, where I spell out the story, that's why I consider them to be good notes to study from, you know, because it's all in one place. You don't need to be looking for a highlight here and a highlight there, something that's circled here or there. So when working with a buyer as a seller's agent, a licensee must be careful not to give the buyer the impression that they're the buyer's agent. Simply giving a buyer a mandated CIS is not enough. Salespeople working with customers should be careful at all times not to use the terms my buyer, which could actually be construed as creating an inadvertent dual agency relationship. And you see agents all the time, my seller, my buyer. First of all, they're not your seller or buyer. You could say, the buyer I am working with, you know, the seller I am working with. But when you start saying this, when you're not representing a buyer and you keep saying my buyer, it could create that impression that you're representing them. And if you did not get their implicit permission to work as a dual agent, you're now acting as an undisclosed dual agent.
Mm-hmm.
So if that transaction between these two parties starts and it falls apart due to no fault of your own, they could go after you as working as a undisclosed dual agent, and they could sue you. Did you do something wrong? Yeah, you didn't disclose the fact that you were not representing both parties in the transaction.
Right.
All right, so here's what a sample of the informed consent to dual agency looks like in the book on page 51. This is the example one for the seller. There's one for a seller, one for a buyer, one for a landlord, and one for a tenant. And I got the links to them here in the slideshow and also in that class links Word document. And And all it does is it just shows the that the seller that the agent cannot offer when acting as a dual agent. They cannot give the highest level of loyalty, because if another agent on the other side of the transaction were to violate their fiduciary duties to their client, if there were two agents working, then you have an obligation to report back to your client this information that you just learned because the other agent had loose lips. That shouldn't occur anyway. So you're not gaining anything working only with one agent, hoping for the other side to say something that they should not be saying, like their client's willing to pay more or accept less. So when you're working as a dual agent, you may be privileged to both sides' private information. If that's the case, you just can't share it with the other side. You got to keep them separate, right? That's what they mean by you can't give the highest level of loyalty. You can't go blabbing your mouth about the information that you know about both sides. All right, so dual agency and conflict of interest. Surveys consistently reveal that a large majority of the buying public thinks that they're being represented by a selling broker. Even worse, some brokers have the same impression. I don't know how they get that. Let's just say you're sitting at an open house. It's your listing. Somebody walks in off the street. Are you representing the person who walked in off the street, or are you representing that seller whose house you're sitting in, and you've opened it up to the public, and you've got all these flyers and stuff prepared to try to sell their property?
The seller.
The seller. It's like a no-brainer, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, apparently common sense ain't so common. We need to spell out to everybody that may not be so bright, okay? That, hey, we're representing the seller, not you. To the point now that they just created a sign that we need to have at open houses that basically says that, hey, we represent the seller, not you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're working with another agent, you must inform the listing agent here in this open house. If you're not working with another agent, this listing agent conducting this open house can also represent you. Okay, like we got to spell it out for the numbskulls, So, New Jersey license law forbids an agent to represent both parties except with the informed written consent of both parties to work as a dual agent. Okay? Because if somebody just walks in off the street into that open house and you're helping them out, answering them questions about, how does the home buying process work? Because they're not working with an agent yet. They're just shopping on their own. Well, first step is we need to get you approved for a loan, or qualified for a loan, get you on the phone with a mortgage rep. You give them your social security number. They can run your credit score. You tell them what your income and long-term debts are. They run some numbers and they can give you an idea of how much you could qualify for. Then later on, you need to provide, your actual finances to them to prove it. So you go to their bank's underwriter that determines risk to see if they're going to actually give you the loan by providing your bank statements, your pay stubs, and your tax returns. And then you get a guarantee that you're going to get a loan after that. And then we show you the homes. And if you're interested in a home, we write up the contract. You're going to have to put a deposit down. We can explain the whole process to them. But as you're explaining all this to them, they start to get the impression now you're representing them. They walked into the open house, you're representing the seller. They ask you a couple questions, now they think you're representing them. I could represent you as well. But we need to get that clear. As of right now, I am not. Okay?
And this where it would come as a dual agency. I can work with the seller and plus work with the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But before you start talking to them about all this, you got to hand them the
CI form.
The CIS form, the Consumer
CIS.
CIS.
Statement. Yep. There you go. Now you got
So
it.
They have to agree that you're working with both parties. So you have to give them two forms then, correct?
Correct. The CIS, which says the different ways we could work with you. And then if you plan on working as a dual agent, you bust out that dual agency agreement form.
Okay.
And then you're good to go. I usually have
yeah,
to sign the disclosed dual agency agreement form at the time I get a listing, in case a buyer comes in that I'm also going to represent, or another agent from my office could represent. It's still dual agency.
okay.
So,
Okay.
it's not necessarily you particularly working with both the buyer and the seller. It could be your listing, but another agent from in your office got a buyer and they introduce them. Your agency's representing both parties. That's still dual agency as well.
So in reality, still they comfortable as seller and buyer to have same agency, same
Yeah.
agent. They comfortable.
They
Okay.
want to sell their house, right? I mean, why wouldn't they be comfortable unless you start painting horror story pictures to them or something, about why they shouldn't, And there really isn't an issue with it, not unless you can't keep your mouth shut. Somebody tells you something in
Yeah.
confidence, you just don't blab it to the other side. You're good.
Right.
And that should be the way that most agents work anyway. Agents should not be disclosing private and confidential information that their clients is shared with them.
That's
Yeah.
right.
The reason I ask, because sometimes, if, for example, listing is for 900 million, 900, the property listing is like a 1 million something. And if buyer wants some negotiation thing,
Uh-huh.
that, after look at the house, okay, here there are some works needs to be done and this and this.
Mhm.
To talk about the negotiate, to go down some price,
Yeah.
they comfortable with the same agent because he's presenting that seller, means that house for that seller, right? And buyer,
Home is sold as is. It's in our standard contracts. It has the words as is in there. You don't need to spell out that a property is as is, because it's all as is, but subject to home inspections. That's what you're talking about. Subject to
right,
home inspection. You get a home inspection. There's problems with it. You want them to lower. You want them to either do the repairs or lower the price so that you could do the repairs. You're not going to get them to lower the price. Then you don't renegotiate the entire terms of this contract
I
by
see.
lowering this price by huge amounts.
Okay,
As a matter of fact, there's during the attorney review process, uh, it's actually written in our contracts to begin with, but during the attorney review process, depending on how you wrote it up, they may not like the way you wrote it up. Attorneys will always make sure that there's an amount like $800. So if repairs that are needed are in excess of $800, or maybe like a percentage, 2% of the purchase price, okay, whatever it is, however they write it up. Usually they don't do it by a percentage. Usually they'll do it like a low dollar amount, like $800
right.
or $1,000. And if the repairs exceed this amount and the seller doesn't want to do them, then they could get out of the contract without penalty.
Right.
So it's up to you now, buyer. Do you want to buy this house and take on the repair, or do you not want to buy it because they don't want to spend $1,000 to do the repair?
I see.
So that's the risk that you're putting a buyer in by trying to renegotiate the terms of the price, because the seller is going to be like, no. You want the house or don't you? You're not going to find any house that's perfect. Even new construction usually has stuff messed up.
Yeah, I know, right.
So, so it's up to you as a buyer to determine whether you want to go through with it or not. The seller will do the repairs up to a certain dollar amount they have to. But if it exceeds that dollar amount, they could tell you to go screw yourself.
Right.
Okay. You buy it like it is, or you don't. Let us know now so we can put it back on the market if you're not interested. Because there are some buyers that want to do those negotiations and they're crazy. They're like, okay, well, let's negotiate tens of thousands of dollars off the purchase price. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. Okay. People will want to renegotiate all those terms, And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
And also seller has, I see many times, seller has already people put their, they want to buy it. So what you call, we already have other buyers. They are ready to buy this house. So
Yeah,
they,
well, it also depends on the marketplace too, right? Are we in a situation where we got tons of buyers out there ready to
right.
like,
Yeah.
or is it a market where there's very few buyers out there and you're trying to entice them to come in? You may not be so quick to tell them to go screw themselves. You may be able to bend a little bit, on the negotiations. So yeah, it depends on the marketplace, the market conditions. Markets fluctuate.
Mm.
Okay, so conflict of interest may occur when an agent's called to a listing interview and they find a seller ready to let the property go at a ridiculously low price. The courts
Mm.
have held that even though the property is not yet listed, the seller's relying on the broker's expertise and may become their principal. So the licensee who decides to buy the property immediately without notifying the seller of its true value is operating under a conflict of interest of their own interest and that of the seller. So did you get that? What that was all about? It's basically saying that you go in to try to get a listing and you ask the seller how much they think their home is worth instead of telling them how much their home is worth, and they give you a ridiculously undervalued price, and then you make the offer to purchase it instead of listing the property. Okay, you should stop right then and there and inform them what the true value is of their property. You don't just go buy the property at that ridiculously low price because you're operating now into your own best interest instead of your potential clients here. So you still need to treat them fairly and honestly and let them know what their true value of their property is. Because if it comes out later that you do buy the property at a ridiculously low price and they find out that you screwed them over, they could turn around and sue you and you could be required to pay them the difference.
Which version you have this book? I think we have different, little bit different in our book.
Oh, you do? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
This
May
page.
occur when the is called. Yeah, the first line is totally different.
The first line's different. Let's see.
Conflict can occur when an agent acts in a way that services their own interests rather than the clients. For example, conflicts may occur when an agent is called the listing interview and finds the seller. I think it's starting
They're
from that
basically
one.
saying the same stuff.
Yeah.
They may have just reworded it a little bit, but they're
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
the stuff
The
there.
first line is not there. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, when I did these rewrites, I try to keep up with the,
That's
change
okay.
screenshots and all, but okay. Take another picture of that. So I'll fix it here.
Operating under the conflict between his or her own interest.
And let me just write this as page 50, right?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous low price. Yeah, of course.
All right. So a more subtle situation occurs when no financial advantage accrues to the agent, but the agent has an indirect interest in the transaction. The agent should disclose, for example, if you're a member of the Boy Scouts committee, for example. Well, this is an interesting wording here. The agent should disclose, for example, if she is a member of a Boy Scouts committee looking for a campsite, or if she is trying to locate a home for her mother to purchase. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you got to disclose the involvement of the parties there, the relationship of the parties. Your client is your mother or your sister. You got to disclose the fact that you're a real estate agent with ABC Realty and the buyer is my mother or sister or whatever. Okay. You're not disadvantaging anybody by disclosing that information, but you're required to by law. So do it. Disclose, disclose, disclose.
I was going to ask that question. Can we work with like family members and stuff like that? And they would have to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just disclose it on the contract of
I
relationship.
got a quick question, Victor.
Yep. Go ahead.
What are the benefits for army young man? Because I have a friend that it's in the army. It's in the army, and he's trying to buy like 2 houses right now. So what are the benefits for them?
None for investment properties. If it's their primary residence, well, they could get a GI loan.
Well, he's trying to for himself, you know.
Yeah, if it's for himself, or himself, his family, you get the VA loans, the formerly called GI loans, VA loans from the Veterans Administration.
Oh.
No money down.
So do they get like a discount or because supposedly they get discounts and everything, the mortgage or stuff like
That
that?
has to deal with the loans. That has to deal with the loans. They get 0% down. They still need to qualify for the loan, but they get no money down. Often there's no money down because the VA guarantees 25% of the loan amount.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, it's through the VA loan programs if he gets a VA loan. It doesn't require him to put any money down.
Okay.
Okay. Undisclosed dual agency conflict of interest. Okay, here is another slide I put together. Possibility of conflicts under certain situations. Situation when a seller's agent comes to identify with the buyer, like at an open house, and they furnish encouragement, advice, and assistance to that buyer. Negotiations and compromise are often necessary in real estate transactions. And claims of damages when transactions fall through can occur. And only if you did not disclose the fact that who you're representing in the transaction, or if this is going to be a dual agency, would you have any liability to it. So only if you failed to disclose the dual agency, or failed to get both parties permission to act as a dual agent, or the agent violates their fiduciary duties of confidentiality.
Mhm.
Agents purchasing the seller's property without disclosing the fact that they're an agent, or the agent selling their own property without disclosing that they're an agent. Look, this is a screenshot. Sorry, my gosh, I'm getting all choked up today. Disclosure that the buyer or seller, this is actually a screenshot from the actual sales contracts. The disclosure that the buyer and seller is a real estate licensee. Is it applicable or not applicable? So if you're selling your own house, it's applicable. And then you've got to write down that the person is a licensee, and then you put your name here, and then you check off which type of license that you have. That's it. That's all that's required. It should not be a big issue. So, a lot of agents, this was not a standard part of our contracts. You'd have to write this information in, and they'd forget to write it in or just avoided writing it in. Now it's a part of the now it's part of the standard contracts. So it's hard to forget or miss, right? It's an area you got to fill in. All right. And then once again, if the agent has an indirect interest. So all those things that we've discussed on the last couple pages, I put them all here on one slide here, along with a screenshot from the actual sales contract where you disclose the fact that you are a licensed agent. Okay. All right, material information. Ooh, okay, now we're going to get into information. You need to know this term, material information. Is any information, usually about the physical condition of the property, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing, or a buyer's ability to get financing from the buyer's side. Material information is not necessarily problems. It could be simple things like, how many bedrooms and bathrooms? Is there a garage? What's the architectural style? Type of heating and cooling systems used, or the type of fuel used to heat the house? Whether it's on public utilities or private, do they have well water and septic systems? Can these things affect the buyer's decision in purchasing?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's material information we are required to investigate and disclose. Real estate licensees are required to investigate and disclose all material information. So what is
Yes.
material information? It's any information, usually about the physical condition about the property, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. And it's not problems.
Mm.
Material information is not problems. Material defects are problems. Material information is just any information that the buyer would consider important and want to know before proceeding. And how many bedrooms and how many bathrooms? If you have a garage or not? Does it have air conditioning? What kind of air conditioning? What kind of cooling systems? What kind of heat? What kind of fuel used for that heat? Whether you have public water and public sewer, or is it connected to the private septic systems and well waters, right? Those things can affect. So that's material information. So sellers must disclose material information and defects. They're required to. Improvements as well as defects. What's included and what's excluded from the sale. And we usually collect all this information on the seller's property condition disclosure report, which used to be optional and now it's mandatory. Now, I always tell people I'm having them fill out the seller property condition disclosure report, and I tell them, make sure you're honest and you do not lie on this report. Disclose, disclose, disclose. Now it's up to the buyer to decide if they want to continue with the purchase or not, now that they're aware of all the facts. Okay.
Right.
And by having you be honest and filling out this report, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer or seller, I'm limiting your liability in the event there's ever a lawsuit where a buyer wants to sue you. Because you disclosed all the information and you were honest on it, I'm limiting your liability to actual costs of damages if somebody ever sues you and is awarded damages. But if you never disclosed the information, you never had a seller disclosure filled out, courts can hold you liable for treble. Treble is triple the actual cost of the damages. Okay, so this is a way that you guys can become better agents. You educate your clients about the forms they're filling out. Don't just stick forms in front of their face. You got to disclose this. Also tell them why you're having them disclose this. I'm helping limit your liability in the event there's ever a lawsuit.
Question.
Yes.
When this report, do they fill out this report when they're listing their property? Okay.
Yep. Okay, licensees must investigate and disclose all material information and material defects that can easily be discovered by the naked eye, as well as latent defects, those that may not be readily apparent without further investigation and testing.
Mhm.
So there you go. What is material information? It's any
Bathrooms,
information about the
beds,
physical condition of the property,
physical condition.
right? And then what is a material defect? It's a defect that can be discovered by the naked eye. If you bother to look around, you'd see it. You don't need to be a home inspector to see that mold growing on the walls or water sitting in the floor or a cracked beam, or if you're walking from one side of the room to the other and you're going downhill. These are issues. These are issues. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure these things out.
Right.
And you could see that a big water stain on the ceiling. That's a material defect. Why? Because I could see it.
Right.
A latent defect. Latent means hidden.
Oh.
A latent defect is a hidden defect, one that is not discoverable by an ordinary visual inspection. It requires further inspection to uncover. Like, does the house have radon gas in it? Radon is an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that it does cause cancer. It's radioactive. It causes cancer. Okay. that leak, that stain on the ceiling, you could see the stain on the ceiling. The fact that there's a stain on the ceiling, that's a material defect. Now, the fact of whether that's an active leak or maybe that was something that was fixed, there was a leak, maybe a leaky pipe that was repaired, and the stain is just on the ceiling, just never been painted over, right?
Yeah.
The fact of whether there's an active leak or not, that's a latent defect because more further investigation is required to discover. It's not raining out today. We can't tell you if it's a roof leaking or not, or was that from a pipe. Further investigations required to discover these things. Okay. So for exams, you do need to know what material information is, what material defects are, and what latent defects are. And how do we get owners to disclose this information? On the seller property condition disclosure report. And I showed this to you, you guys, the last class that we had. That was that document that showed about, do you know how old your house is? Was the roof ever replaced? Was the, because they ask a bunch of questions about improvements as well as problems and issues on that seller property condition disclosure. Started getting into solar panels and water leaks and, structural issues and all kinds of stuff like that. All right. So now to highlight these things in the book. And then I made my little notes here. So this highlight is talking about a material defect. This highlight is talking about a latent defect. So let's just do all these highlights, write these little notes, and let me know when you guys got that. And then I'm going to wolf down some of my breakfast before lunch.
Sure.
Material information.
What is that?
It's on page 52. Everybody get it?
Yes.
Anybody still writing?
Yes.
Everybody's got everything here.
All
Okay.
good.
Okay. So, okay, then on the next, this is also on page 52 on the lower half of the page, from the center of the page down now. Got a little bracket here. This is concerning something called the clue report. A bracket here, this is talking about material defects. And then a bracket here, this is explaining what a stigmatizing factor is. Actually, it's giving you an example of a stigmatizing factor, but it's not saying it by name. So write stigmatizing factor there. You need to be familiar with that term, stigmatizing factor, even though that word is not used anywhere in the book. Okay. So starting off with a clue report. If you ever want to find out if your property had an insurance claim on it, it's kind of like a Carfax for your house. Get a clue. It's called a clue report. However, only sellers have access to the clue report or insurance companies.
I used that before for insurance company.
Yeah. So what you should do is if you're interested in buying a home, don't expect the seller to be so cooperative on getting the clue report for you. You're going to need to get homeowners insurance when buying a home, right? So, hey, I'm shopping around for home insurance. I'm calling up the insurance company. I'm saying, hey, I'm considering buying a home at 123 Main Street here. And I want to see what the cost of the policy is going to be. And then as they start asking questions and you give them all the information for them to give you a quote, also ask them if it's possible if they could share with you a copy of the clue report. There's a way for you to get it without having to pay for it or anything. Okay.
Comprehensive loss underwriting exchange.
What's that?
Comprehensive loss underwriting exchange.
Or clue.
Okay. Yeah.
Get a clue. Yeah. Has anybody ever heard of these clue reports? You know, I mean,
yeah.
A lot of people don't even know that these things exist.
I used to be an insurance agent, and I had to run reports for housing.
So you know, okay, get a clue.
Auto. You run it from auto too.
Yeah. Now, in the same fashion, let's see where they got the buyer's material defect. In the same fashion, a buyer's broker is required to disclose any material defects that could affect the buyer's ability to complete the transaction. This means that despite the fiduciary duty of confidentiality, a buyer's broker must immediately disclose any financial problems that their buyer client is having to the seller, to the other side of the transaction. Why? Because we got to treat everybody fairly and honestly. Even though we're representing the buyer, if they're having issues in getting the financing, we can't expect the seller to keep their property off the market while we try to scramble and find another mortgage rep that's willing to give them a loan because 10 other companies refuse to give them a loan. We got to let them know, hey, they're having trouble getting the financing, but we're working with another lender now to try to see if we can get that. Okay, we just want to give you the heads up. Treat everybody fairly and honestly in the transaction. Okay, our job as real estate salespeople, we're not slimy salespeople. We're there. Our job is just to try to help the seller sell their property. If we're working with a buyer, help them obtain a property. But we're not trying to get one over on anybody. Okay, this is why sellers agents are required to disclose all information known about the property, even defects, even hidden defects. And likewise, a buyer's agent is required to disclose material defects for the buyer's end, which would be them having trouble getting the financing or the deposit check they gave us bounced. Mm-hmm. Now, there may be a legitimate reason for that. They may have had the money, they just didn't pull it out of their savings account, transfer it over to the checking account. But either way, it bounced and we don't have that money that we told you that we had in our escrow account when we made the offer. So we got to let you know that check bounced, but we're going to redeposit it because our client just didn't transfer the money from one account to the other. I want to give you a heads up on that. So as of right now, we don't have it. As soon as it clears, I'll let you know. Boom. Okay. Otherwise, that could be a problem for a transaction, right? If you're the seller and you find out the buyers put down their deposit, their check bounced, it doesn't have a lot of confidence in this transaction going through to the end, does it?
No.
Yeah.
So do we need this report right away? Means do we
The clue
need this report? Yeah.
Most agents don't even ask for them. Most agents are unaware of them, even though, look, you guys are agents. You guys are here taking a class to become agents. You know, you learn about this stuff in class, but most people, they forget about it as soon as they get their license. They forget about this stuff. They don't even ask for it. You want to be a good agent? You remember this stuff.
That report shows a lot of information.
Yeah. So you could find out if there was ever a car that drove through the front of the house. You know, if there was an insurance claim that was paid out on a house, you're going to know about it. You know, there was a fire in the house. Well, now you know when you get into home inspections, hey, there was a fire on this side of the house. It came from the barbecue or the leaves or whatever, and you could see if they replaced the siding or if there's still some siding there that looks kind of warped. Well, that's why there was a fire there. They just never replaced the vinyl siding that melted, you know.
Hmm.
So what about behind the walls? Would the fire get behind the walls? If that's the case, was the electrical wiring replaced? Because that could be a fire hazard there if they didn't replace the electrical wiring now. You know, you can't see behind walls, but hey, you had a fire here, you did repairs, there was a payout. Let me see what the repairs were. Did you guys replace the wiring? I guess the wiring is covered by plastic or rubber sheathing, right? That stuff
Mhm.
melts.
Yep.
So my question is, okay, the agent, like real estate person, not forget it, they don't ask for any clue report.
Right.
As a buyer, if he gets to know that there is something happened past years, don't they feel like might be seller is hiding some more things for the house if they don't have clue report?
This is how you find out. You get a clue, you know.
Okay.
But we always tell people for your protection, get a home inspection. But home inspectors, their reports are always full of disclosures because we can't see behind the walls, you know. And this could be wrong, that could be wrong, that could be wrong. And so then, once you bought it, you bought it. So
I know, right.
a diligent agent would know about clue reports and would advise the buyers to try to get one from their insurance company. Because you're
Okay.
gonna need to get homeowners insurance anyway. So, hey, we're shopping for homes. We're looking at a house. We're considering putting an offer in. You want to find out what the homeowner's insurance cost is going to be on. And then ask them for a copy of the clue report.
This is before we buy the house, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then now when you get your home inspection done, you could provide that report to the home inspector, which now they could do a little more thorough inspection.
So they know what to look for.
Yep, they know what to look for. All right.
Mhm.
So, stigmatizing factor. These are things that do not. Well, let's read this. The New Jersey Administrative Code says social conditions and psychological impairments are not considered physical conditions. So therefore, we're not required to investigate or disclose them. For instance, noisy dogs or unpleasant neighbors, they don't affect the property's physical condition. But what are you going to do? Say, oh, the seller wants to move because the neighbor's dogs are constantly barking and they never shut the hell up and it's driving them insane? Well, you know what? That may be an issue for this seller, but it may not be an issue for the next buyer who also got dogs that are constantly barking, So we're not required to investigate or disclose such arguments between neighbors or issues they have with neighbors, those social or psychological issues. We're not required to investigate or disclose them. Is the house haunted? Ooh. You got to disclose if a house is haunted?
How do you know a house is haunted?
There you go.
I'm curious because it happened in my neighborhood.
In the eyes of a court, that's a psychological condition. The house is haunted. That's a psychological condition in the eyes of the law. I'm not going to start getting into the Holy Ghost and all that, I don't want to start getting religion involved in there, about saying, oh, there's no such thing as ghost or whatever, because then we could start getting into religion and stuff. So I don't want to.
Right.
But in the eyes of the law,
it's considered.
When we're talking about haunted houses, I'll just direct you to what is that, Ghost Hunters? Programs on TV. Have they ever found a ghost? Why do they always need the lights off? They got to be with flashlights and they got to do it in the middle of the night. Of course, there's a chill breeze. Oh, did you feel that? Did you see the shadow? Yeah, turn the lights on. Yeah.
Oh, Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, how do you prove it? Right? So we're not required to investigate or disclose such things, which are considered psychological conditions. However, suicide or other unpleasant events associated with the property are also non-physical conditions. If asked and the agent's aware, we must pass along any information that we possess and be honest. We can't lie to people. However, we're not required to investigate or disclose whether somebody killed themselves in a house or even if somebody was murdered in a house.
We don't have to disclose that.
No, it doesn't affect the physical condition of the property.
Yes, right.
Okay, so suicide and other unpleasant events are non-physical conditions. On the next slide, where I have my own write-up of this, I'm going to give you a lot more different examples. So you guys got these highlights and all this stuff already?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a slide. You may want to get a screenshot of it. All this information. I got material information, a better definition. This is actually definitions to study for material information, material defect, latent defect, clue report, and stigmatizing factor. These are my straightforward definitions on them. So, which are also in that class Word document notes and links. So, material information, once again, any information usually about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. It could be defects, but also things that are not. For example, how many beds and baths, type of heating fuel used to heat a house, gas, oil, propane, wood, coal, etc. Type of roof, size of the lot, architectural style. Is there a garage or not? Is there a basement? Has it got public utilities or private, like septic systems or well water? Or the buyer's ability to obtain financing. These are all considered material information. Material defects is any problem that can be discovered by an ordinary visual inspection. Simply by looking around, you would discover them. Some examples would be cracked foundations or beams, water sitting on the floor, mold on the walls, water stains on the ceiling, sloping floors, or unused heating oil tank in the basement when they're supposed to be on gas heat, right? So you could discuss, that's a problem. It needs to be removed. Latent defect are hidden. So latent means hidden. So a hidden defect, problems not discoverable by a normal visual inspection, requires further inspection to reveal the problem. Like bad EIFS stucco job. If in-ground oil tanks, water leaks that may not be easily apparent. There could be rotted sheathing behind the walls. Termite mud tubes that may not be visible. Well, you probably don't know where to look for them. Radon gas, contaminated water. You'd have to test the water. You'd have to test the air, get air samples. They're not visual issues. Further investigations required to uncover these things. So the sellers are required to disclose latent defects as well as any material ones that they're aware of. Now, clue report, once again, it's available to insurance companies. Have buyers ask their home insurance company for a copy of the clue report. The seller can request one too, but why would they do that? You know, let the buyer get their own inspection. The seller just discloses stuff that they're aware of. They don't need to go get a clue report. Now, stigmatizing factor could affect the value and saleability of a property. Unpleasant events like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion, robbery that do not affect the physical condition of the property can affect, that are not physical conditions that affect the property, so the agent's not required to investigate or disclose them. However, if somebody asks you about them and you as the agent have knowledge about it, we must be honest and disclose, but should not volunteer the information as it could affect your fiduciary duties to your clients. You know, you're representing the seller. You don't say, oh yeah, the previous husband murdered his wife over here in this room. Or, there was a home invasion and she got raped and murdered in this room, and then these people got killed over here. We're not required to investigate or disclose that information. By you doing so and volunteering it without even being asked, what are you doing? Trying to chase people away from potentially buying?
I was about to say you're losing out.
Yeah. So you gotta keep your mouth shut about that stuff. However, if somebody specifically asks you and you have knowledge, you're required to disclose. You're not required to investigate if you don't have the knowledge. You're not a cop. It's not your job. Okay?
What if it's a relative or a friend or a family?
If what is?
The seller is. Your client is a friend or a family, and you're knowledgeable of this.
Well, when you disclose the fact that they're a family member, but you don't have to disclose any stigmatizing factors unless somebody asks you. You don't volunteer that information. There are plenty of houses where people maybe died in from natural causes. It's a stigmatizing factor to some people. Would you want to buy a house that somebody just died in?
No.
Hey, they're including the bed that they died in. You know, no, of course you're not going to disclose that information. You're not going to volunteer that. But if somebody asks you, I've had people ask me before, did anybody ever die in this house? I don't know. But if it's an old house, I'd be like, I'm sure at some point, maybe somebody died of natural causes or something in this house. You know, it's a pretty old house. You know, maybe somebody got born here too. Or is that going to be a problem? You know, I mean, but look, I'm going to give you a couple examples of stigmatizing factors. You guys get this you guys get a screenshot of these notes?
Oh, God.
But if the seller, as a seller, if disclose this all information to agent, and buyer, if they ask, they can disclose this thing, whatever it is in the report,
Disclose it,
right?
yes. So
Yeah.
if we're a listing agent and the seller disclosed us information about stigmatizing factors, we still keep our mouth shut about it unless a buyer asks us.
Right.
And then we have to be honest. Because remember, we're not there to lie to anybody. We can't lie to the public.
That's
We have to
true.
be honest. But sometimes some of these stigmatizing factors, I would say the only way that the public can really, really know, because what kind of question are you going to ask? Was somebody ever murdered in this house? Was somebody ever raped in this house? Well, you have to spell out every type of scenario of a stigmatizing factor, you know? Or the best way to do it is just ask the agent, are there any stigmatizing factors you're aware of associated with this property? But then again, how many people ever heard this word stigmatizing factor, you know, let alone are going to have it at the top of their head to ask, you know? So here we go. Stigmatizing factor. Unpleasant events like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion does not affect the property's physical condition, but can affect its value and saleability. Hell, look at, what was it, in the 70s, they had that house in New York. I forget where exactly it was. It was in a movie where they had those what was it? Was that no, not
Poltergeist?
Poltergeist. No, not Poltergeist. Which movie was it? Where you had all kinds of furniture flying around the rooms and stuff like that. And
Was it the Addams Family?
no, not the Addams Family. This was supposedly a true story. And the house that they based this movie on is actually a house in New York, and it's based on a true story. And people were claiming that the house was haunted, and there was like furniture that flew across the rooms. That family was terrorized and all that. Geez, I forget what the hell it was called. Anyway, that back then, nobody would buy that house. You'd be crazy to. But culture and time changes. There's a lot of crazies today. You get a lot of younger people. They're like, "Oh, it's got ghosts. It's haunted. I want to live with the ghosts." You know,
the Amityville horror house that was in Long Island.
Amityville, correct.
Yep.
That was in Amityville, New York. Yep. The Amityville Horror Show. So that was based on a true
Now
story.
I'm going to watch it because I want to know all about it.
You never seen it? Oh,
nope.
no, I don't like it. It was a big movie. It was real famous, it you know, people wouldn't buy that house. You know, after that movie came out, nobody would want to touch that. Now people are like, ooh, that's that house that movie was about. I'll pay above market value for it.
Now I'm sitting here reading like little things they're saying about this house and what happened during this whole house.
Uh-huh.
That's the same thing that happened to me with a classmate. And this house is still in the same neighborhood. It overturns every year. Nobody lasts a whole year there.
So you're going to volunteer that information?
Excuse me?
So you're going to volunteer that information to buyers?
No, I will not.
No, you will not. There you go. So it's not considered a stigmatizing factor if a house does not appraise for the purchase price. That's unfortunate, but it's not a stigmatizing factor. So you guys you get a question on exams that could ask you what a stigmatizing factor is, or it could give you a scenario and you need to pick out which one of these is or is not a stigmatizing factor. So you get something like that on the exam. So, unpleasant events, rape, murder, suicide, things of that nature that they don't affect the physical condition of the property, but it could definitely get people second thoughts about wanting to live there or buy that home. A house not appraising for the purchase price is unfortunate, but it's not a stigmatizing factor. Okay.
How about some houses they have low prices because of the house has some wires. You know what that called? The big wires.
The electrical wires? What are you talking about?
I don't know what that kind
Power
of
lines? Close to the power lines?
Yeah, the power lines. All power lines are so
Well, you see that when you come by the house, you decide whether you want to live there or not, because it got we call them high tension power lines,
Right, that's the one. So that's not gonna is not same as material information, no? Is a physical, no, right?
I don't know if that's a question that's there, but you could put that if you want to volunteer that, but that's something somebody would see. They come to see the house.
Yeah, because I see many, like in our area, we have all houses like where it is 900,000 something, but that house always has low price.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Like you got northern section of Edison, where you got along South Edison, along Route 1, you got those high tension power lines, but they do cut over because those are main power lines that power this, eastern section of, the state, but they do branch off in different directions. And so you do have some of these high tension power lines that go through $1 million neighborhoods in North Edison. They run through people's backyards in some cases. I know somebody who's got that right in their backyard.
Very close. Yeah, backyard, and that the power is going very close.
Well, the person would see that. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. I don't need to disclose to you something that you could see. It's like it's hiding. Yeah. So no, you don't need to disclose that.
Okay.
How about this? This is a stigmatizing factor. Let me optimize this for video sharing and the audio from my computer instead of the speaker. And there we go. How about this stigmatizing factor?
We're going to turn now to that major development involving a home we have reported on here before and the disturbing letters sent to the family who bought it. The family bought their dream home in New Jersey, never moving in after getting frightening letters from someone calling themselves the Watcher. Now the family has finally found someone. I got everyone's attention here. Someone's going to buy that house. Gio Benitez is here with more. Hey, Gio.
Hey, David. Good morning. Yeah, for years, so many thought nobody would buy this house because of all that negative publicity with those threatening letters. But this morning, we know the family has finally gotten rid of it by taking a major financial loss. This morning, ABC News has learned the New Jersey family, allegedly terrorized by creepy letters from someone named The Watcher, has finally sold the house that started their nightmare. Derek and Maria Broadus bought this idyllic home in Westfield, New Jersey for $1.3 million back in 2014. But they say a stranger kept them from moving in by sending letters like this. I watch and wait for the day the young blood will be mine again. And I pass by many times a day. You know I will be watching.
I've lived here my whole life, so Yeah, it was a pretty big shocker.
Now, 5 years later, the family's selling the property that they've never lived in, that has haunted them for years, taking a loss, selling it for $400,000 less than they paid for it. We spoke with their attorney in the midst of their ordeal.
It's a great house. This is a total tragedy and nightmare for my clients.
The Watcher's letters describing anger about renovations to the home and detailing the movements of the family and their kids. One letter saying, all of the windows and doors allow me to watch you and track you as you move through the house.
From day one, they've been trying to solve this case. They hired a forensic linguist to take a look at the letters and see if there were any patterns. They scoured the internet looking for clues.
But despite years of investigations, and while authorities did discover some DNA evidence, they never found enough to charge a suspect.
Our police department conducted an exhaustive investigation. Such efforts have not, however, yielded information leading to charges being filed.
In an interview with New York Magazine last year, Derek comparing the ordeal to cancer, saying, we think about it every day.
They wanted to get rid of the house because they knew it was going to be this burden. They knew they weren't going to move in. From there, the next thing they want more than anything is to know who did this.
And we're told the family still lives in Westfield after staying with family a few blocks away from the Watcher house. Now they've bought a new home, and they hope this one brings them peace of mind. But what an ordeal.
We don't know anything about the new owners.
No, not yet.
Hopefully they're not watching.
Yeah.
We want to keep them in that home.
I'm sure they had full disclosure. At least I hope they did.
What did he just say? He's sure they had full disclosure, or at least he hopes they did. Was anybody required to disclose this?
No.
No. It's a stigmatizing factor. So it doesn't affect the physical condition of the property. And I am surprised somebody buying a $1.3 million house there in Westfield don't even have a Ring doorbell.
They made a movie out of this one too.
Yeah, they made a series, and Netflix made a series about this.
Yeah. I watched that one.
And then there was a movie. Somebody also told me that there was a movie on it too. You know, the series was kind of wacky though. I mean, it was based on this true story. They used their names and they used their, their location, but I think they ended up filming it like in Long Island or something, based on that picture of the family photo with the ocean behind it. Because I think that mansion that they ended up showing as a $1.3 million mansion was showing that it was like a oceanfront property and all this, and the neighbors were into. I don't know, what were they into? Like devil worship or eating children or whatever.
Yeah.
It got really out there. It got really stupid, so I kind of, it jumped the shark for me, but how much did Netflix pay these family? Well, they lost $400,000 on the sale price. I hope they at least made that up. I hope Netflix gave them at least that much, but I think from what I looked up before in the past that they didn't get that much from Netflix.
Got even.
Huh?
They got even in the price. They lost and then win with the series.
Yeah, hopefully they made enough, but I don't think they got paid that much by Netflix.
I think they got up to that millions.
Yeah, but they lost $400,000 on the sale of that house several years later after paying those expensive taxes in Westfield too on a house that they never ended up moving into.
There's a lot movie over there around the house. It's in Connecticut. There's a lot house. Yeah.
So I mean, this is just another example of a real life situation. I used to have tons of examples I used to have in this class, but this ended up taking up way too much of our class time.
I could imagine.
There was one that I got. It was real interesting because this was when we had all the hype during political elections, and people were talking about dead people voting and letting their votes count towards the elections. And the interesting thing was that it came up on the news, and I was like, "Oh, that's real estate related. I could actually use that in the class," but I couldn't find any videos on it. I just found oh wait, no. Actually, I did find a video on it, but since then the news took it off their site, so no more video for it. There was a house where a real estate agent was hired by the bank to go in there and make sure the house was vacant, change the locks, and set it up because the house was foreclosed on and it's now owned by the bank. So they had to take inventory, person that was previously there. They left all their belongings behind. The house was full of crap and everything. There was a car in the garage. There was like that was it. So he reported, the real estate agent did an inventory, reported it back to the bank. Now he has to go back to that house periodically, make sure it's still good. Nobody's breaking in or occupying the house and all that until they sell it. And when he does this second time he returns to the house, he didn't realize, because he didn't look in the car, but the owner of the car was found dead in the back seat of their car, and her body was what we call mummified. Okay, now mummification, we know, back in the Pharaoh's days, they wrapped the bodies in cloth and stuff like that. There's a phenomenon known as natural mummification, where the skin automatically looks like a mummy. It gets hard and it looks like a mummy. Now you're not gonna recognize the person, but them being dead for a long time, there has to be a lot of factors there, but it preserves the skin and the body, And so it was really something. He found a dead body in the backseat of the car. Imagine you're a real estate agent. Wow. You're hired by the bank, and then you come across a dead body in a house. What do? Call the cops. Okay. So now they got this whole thing. It's in the big news now. And the interesting thing was, it became a bit of a news story too, because somebody looked it up, and apparently she voted in a presidential election, but the coroner actually said she died way before that. So yeah, how did that happen? So, but by the way, that's how I found out about the story, because they were talking about it, related about her casting a vote in an election when she was already dead. But sticking to the real estate part now, what actually happened here? How did the owner die? That's the big question mark. Was there any foul play, or they don't know if was the car left running in the garage? Did she die that way? Was it suicide or not? The real estate agent forgot the first time when he checked to he forgot if he turned on the ignition to check the mileage, or if it was already on and the battery was dead. So he forgot whether he turned the key or not, and didn't realize that there was somebody dead in the back seat there. So that kind of made it even more difficult for the investigation to occur. But this was basically a lady who she kept to herself. She had family and everything, but they didn't live with her. She was basically a hermit. She worked for a bank and doing some kind of underwriting or something or another. Often she would go out on vacations on her own. She was a hermit. She kept to herself. She'd go on vacation. She'd leave. She'd be on her own. Her neighbors were good. When she wasn't around, they'd actually cut her grass for her or help with the shoveling of the snow. But the thing is, those good neighbors doing all of this ended up doing it for years, where she's been dead in her house and nobody knew it, because look, the grass wasn't overgrown because the neighbors were so helpful and they just figured she was away, and they cut the grass for her. In the winter, they shoveled the snow for her. Her mortgage payments and taxes were automatically getting paid by direct withdrawal from her bank account. It was when her bank account really ran dry that now she got foreclosure notices and all that, and she got foreclosed on. And now it became a bank-owned property. The agent goes to the property, does this. The second time he was there, he finds the body. It happens. These things happen. I can tell you about stigmatized houses like this that have similar situations. They're in every town. They're in every town. You can see this example for the watcher. Look, that was in a rich town of Westfield, So they happen in rich towns and they happen in poor communities. It happens everywhere, Yeah, I mean, stigmatizing things like this occur, I remember when I was a kid, there was this creepy house behind the high school in Linden on one of those side blocks. And I remember it was like one of those houses that if it's kind of late and it's dark, you got the overgrown bushes and everything. It was kind of spooky. You'd cross the street to walk around that house. You know, it's like the kind of house that somebody would jump out on you, you know. But it was good that I had that eerie feeling. I remember this when I was a kid. It was good that I had that eerie feeling because there was something really weird going on in that house. Now, nothing criminal as it turned out, but it seemed like it was because the postal carrier saw that there was the mail hasn't been collected from the mailbox in a few, and you know he looked in the windows, you know, and all he saw was like empty pizza boxes all over the place, and you know he called the police to do a welfare check, you know, for the occupants there. And the police, they busted in the house. They went inside, and they found upstairs in the bed the couple the elderly couple that lived there. They were both dead, and they were mummified, wrapped in toilet paper. So somebody alive was doing this. Okay, so were they murdered? What happened? And then their kid came home while the police were there. He was an adult, you know. And he came home and the police arrested him. They took him to the police station, you know, questioned him and all that. Turns out he was mentally challenged. Okay. And it turns out his parents were not murdered or anything like that. They actually died of natural causes. You know, the first, I think it was the husband died of natural causes. And so he didn't know what to do. You know, the body starts stinking. So he started wrapping it in toilet paper to mummify it and then changing them over the years. Well, how did the wife deal with this? Well, she had like extreme Alzheimer's or dementia. So she was totally not upstairs. She didn't have it upstairs. And then she eventually died of natural causes. So now he's mummifying both of them in toilet paper. He didn't know what to do. He's mentally challenged, you know. He just knows that he got the card for his benefits he gets, and he could go buy food at the stores and, you know, eat his meals and stuff, but he didn't know what to do with his parents when they died. He loved his parents, you know, so this is what he was doing. It's unfortunate, sad actually. But when you want to buy a house where you got two dead bodies that were in that house for years, that have this stigmatization attached to that real estate. You know, that's the thing. This is a stigmatized house. You know, it was spooky. The trees were overgrown, the brushes were overgrown, everything. You know, the Social Security checks were uncashed and they were just laying around all over the place for both of them. So it was a good thing that the mailman saw. I guess the child forgot to bring the mail in. The adult child forgot to bring the mail in, and he saw that the mailbox was overflowing, peeked in the windows, did that welfare check, and called the police. And it was a good call.
Does it affect the property if his funeral homes and cemeteries near the homes, like properties? Does it affect the prices wise? Funeral homes.
Well, you price it based off of what homes in the neighborhood are selling for, you know, the comparative, you know, and whatever somebody's willing to pay, you know. Could it have an effect on the value or the offer price? Would you want to buy a house that the back of it backs up to a cemetery? Some people may, some people may not. You know, what about if it's across the street? You know, some people may, some people may not. Hey, like as a salesperson, I'll tell you, hey, look at the bright side. Nobody's going to complain if you're having parties and the neighbors are quiet.
Right.
Yeah. And what you got to make a joke out of it because it is what it is. The situation is what it is. You know, we're not going to change that. So, I had the same situation in Edison with one of these houses that had the high tension power lines running behind it. It was a rental property. I opened it up. I showed it to the lady and her kids, you know, and as we opened up the back sliding door to go to the backyard, they had a nice newly paved concrete pad, you know, with the barbecue and all that. There was a brand new shed in the backyard. It looks like they had like the Green Thumb service there, servicing the lawn. Beautiful green grass. It was so beautiful. It was like perfect, you know. and then a brand new wooden fence that matched the shed. I was like, wow, they did a beautiful job. I was like stunned by how beautiful that backyard was, you know. And I walked out first, and I was like stunned with it. I was like, this is beautiful, you know. And all I hear from the lady when she walks out behind me, she's like, nope, no way. And I'm like confused. What? I was like, look at this. This yard is beautiful. I'm like, this thing, it's all brand new. Look at this grass. Have you ever seen grass that's green before? And then she goes like this. And she went into the backyard. And I guess it was hiding in plain sight right in front of my face. Was actually the tower from one of those high tension power lines was immediately right behind their back fence. I guess it was so large and hiding right in my face. I had to look up to see it, you know? And so she saw that right away. And I didn't even notice it. I'm looking at the yard, you know? She was looking beyond the yard and she's seen that. And so I was like, well, I mean, you can look at the bright side. You'll save on light bulbs when your kids glow in the dark. You know? I was like, all right, come on, let's go. You're obviously not interested in this one. Let's go on to the next one, you know. But yeah, I cracked a little joke, and then I was like, let's get out. You know?
Yeah.
And I did. It's a situation. If that's something that she's dead set against, I'm not going to try to convince her to, you know, to be there. You know.
But market price wise is like, for example, in our area, all houses like 900,000, right? 1 million. But that house always have like 7,000, 600,000, something like that.
A little bit of a difference because they have it in their backyard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So some of them have these wires running over the backyard. Some of them actually have the stanchions in the yard. And if that's the case,
that's a big difference.
That can affect what somebody's willing to pay. That could affect what somebody's willing to pay. Definitely. Right. All right. So we got another one here.
We're going to turn out of that.
This one's in California. Another stigmatizing factor. Would you consider this house to be a stigmatizing factor? Would you buy this house? Let me.
Needed work, but don't we all? When the single-story house with a pool in San Diego's Carmel Valley came up for sale, a lot of families wanted it. Married couple Jerry Rice and Janice Reuter got it. This woman, Kathy Rowe, then a 50-year-old unassuming wife and mother, was among those who didn't get the house. That just didn't seem right. At least if you were Kathy Rowe, it didn't.
I had put so much hope into this house. I walked in, it was my house.
Yeah, but it wasn't your house.
No, but it felt like the house I always wanted to own. And when I found out we didn't get it, it was devastating, it was heartbreaking. It was almost like the loss of a loved one. It was that critical to me.
Kathy Rowe had a job with the county, had a very ill husband, she said, and had a Mother of the Year award for being the sole caregiver looking after their severely disabled daughter, Rachel. That house, though,
it had more significance than just a structure with 4 walls. When I lost it, I cried and cried.
Kathy Rowe also had enough bank to offer $100,000 more for Jerry and Janice's home. When they failed to respond to the note she sent them, she launched a harassment campaign, stopping their mail, relisting the house on Zillow, sending those phony Valentines. Oh, and at the outset, coming by the house with her daughter on Halloween.
You wanted to see who was in the house, didn't you?
I had no interest in them. I was more curious what they had done to the house.
Who came to the door when you trick-or-treated?
The wife.
The wife, Janice, whose photo Kathy Rowe would later put on this Carmel Valley Freak Show online ad, inviting men to stop by anytime.
I was jealous, destroyed, and devastated with pain and depression and...
Why did that result in your lashing out at innocent people?
That's the form that it took.
You enjoyed this, didn't you?
No.
You enjoyed making these people suffer.
Well, I thought it was funny. I did not view it as suffering.
But when men responded to the ad, Kathy Rowe wrote them back, fueling the fire, providing specific and perverse encouragement to one 25-year-old male looking for fun, with a totally unaware Janice.
I'm going to leave out the dirty words here. This is someone pretending to be you. I'm pretty much home all day, every day, bored and incredibly horny. I love to be surprised and have a man just show up at the door and force his way in the door and on me, totally taking me while I say no. Janice, what is the person who is writing this trying to do to you?
She wanted me raped.
This is my wife they're talking about. There's no mistaking the intent there.
Then, for the Rices, the ultimate nightmare. Another man did show up at the house, only Janice wasn't home. Jerry met him at the front door.
He thought he was going to walk in and have his way with your wife.
Yeah, I knew something was off with the guy.
Flummoxed, the man fled and emailed Kathy Rowe. A guy was there, had to make up an excuse why I was there. But Kathy Rowe wouldn't let it go and urged him to return to the house with another sordid scenario.
I remember what you said. It's like, I hope it's okay with you, I see other guys.
Right.
And you ask about threesomes.
Well, he had no interest in being involved if there was any other man involved.
You're the luckiest person in the world because of that, aren't you?
It never even crossed my mind that a man could go to the house and hurt her.
Probably should have, shouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I normally am more concerned about other people's safety and welfare than my own.
Yeah, not so much this time.
Absolutely not this time. It's just how impaired my thinking was.
Kathy insisted we also speak to her psychologist, Sage Breslin, PhD, who largely attributes Kathy's actions and state of mind to excessive sleep deprivation, brought on in part by her round-the-clock care for her daughter.
I don't like those excuses that people give for their committing crimes like this. And this was like this took thought to do. This isn't something you do just because you're tired and you didn't get a lot of rest. That you come up with scenarios like this that you keep following up with day after day. To me, that's just an excuse when people bring up a lot of these psychological things. Oh, I was sleep deprived, so I set up a scenario. I stopped by her house on Halloween. I took her picture and I put it up on an adult entertainment site, encouraging people to come by and rape me. You know, that's a little bit much. So anyway, let's forward a little bit past her psychological issues here.
She was kind of playing Russian roulette with my family, you know. There's no question in my mind she would get the right person at the right moment to come to the house and things would have happened.
Things happened all right. Catch, the high-tech law enforcement task force, connected the dots between those sexed-up online solicitations in Janice's name and Kathy Rowe's computer.
We identified Ms. Rowe through search warrants to Yahoo, and then that led to the identification of the residence.
The Heat paid Kathy Rowe a visit. Eventually, she admitted to it all. Initially, she faced the possibility of 9 years in prison after many months of legal wrangling and a new life as a media sensation.
Kathy Rowe seemed
a major fall from grace. She copped a plea to felony stalking and apologized to the Rices.
All the things that I've put them through, the stress, the lack of privacy, I'm just very sorry.
I think that you said that you didn't want to hurt them. I think that's exactly what you wanted to do, was to hurt them for buying the house that you wanted.
I was sentenced to 1 year of confinement on a home ankle monitor and 5 years of probation.
She actually is going to be watched a lot longer than she would have if she served some jail time.
Kathy continues to have the responsibility for her daughter. Her daughter has maybe 100 to 150 medical appointments on an annual basis. Kathy has lost her job. She is the only person holding this family together at this point in time.
I may be the least liked person in San Diego County. A horrible, evil person who wanted to harm this nice couple. And
in what way is that incorrect?
I did not intend to harm them.
Apologies aside, Janice and Jerry are still afraid.
I believe that Ms. Rowe continues to be a dangerous person because of her skills of manipulation and her ability to lie. You know, I kind of think she has more of a reason now to attack us. So, obviously, you know, we're very concerned for the family.
Oh, and speaking of families, Kathy Rowe bought a new home for her family, just 1 mile away from Jerry and Janice's place.
Wow, just
Wow, talk about a sordid scenario, huh? Little drama there. Would you want a house that you see already listed on these websites inviting men to come over and with a rape scenario? Or would that kind of turn you off on the idea of buying the house? Yeah.
Turn you off.
Yeah, I don't care what the price is, you know. That's kind of scenario that you don't get away from once it's online and it's on those forums. Unless they take that stuff down, you still got all these freaks with your address and this perverted scenario there that's could lead somebody in trouble. But they're still living there. They didn't sell the house, but that could cause problems, right? If you did, that would definitely be a stigmatizing factor, right? And that one is woman made by this one woman there who was mad that she didn't get the house. All right, so off-site conditions. These are things that are not on the property, the subject property that's for sale, that affects somebody's desire to buy it. So factors not on the subject property that affect its value and desirability. That's an off-site condition. Some examples of this would be a city dump down the block, being near the airport or next door to a cemetery or across the street from a prison. It's the land of the property next door is contaminated, you know. These are just some examples of off-site conditions that could affect your desirability in wanting to purchase the property. Now, licensees must give people the opportunity to investigate any local conditions, not on the subject property. So, if it's new construction, for new construction only, the buyer has a 5-day rescission period. Remember, the right of rescission is your right to back out or cancel a contract within a given period of time. So the 5-day rescission period, giving the buyers a chance to back out of the purchase for the discovery of off-site conditions, things that are not on your property. Now, for resale properties of existing properties that are not new construction, buyers must perform their own due diligence before they make an offer. There is no similar right of rescission for those. So, caveat emptor, there's another term to add to your definition list. It's Latin. We learn a little bit of Latin in this class. Latin is the language used in law and legal stuff. So, caveat emptor is how it's pronounced. It's not caveat emptor. It's caveat emptor. It means let the buyer beware. So, do your own due diligence before making an offer. Because once you bought it, it's yours. You bought it. There's no similar right of rescission as there is for the new construction, for the new homes. All right, so here's where I got this on page 53. 2 disclosures for off-site conditions are now included in all contracts. New construction notice includes a 5-day period in which a purchaser may cancel a contract. The resale notice does not include a similar right of rescission. Now, where did this law come about? Well, in 1995, several families sued a developer and a broker, alleging both had known that the development was located a half a mile away from a hazardous waste dumping site. It's a half a mile away. And they failed to disclose this fact. The trial court ruled in favor of the developer and the broker, stating that there's no duty to disclose to potential purchasers the condition of someone else's property, especially when that's a half a mile away. I mean, what's the distance that we got to search now and inspect properties? So, on appeal, however, that decision was reversed because not all judges rule uniformly. They have different opinions on different stuff. And especially New Jersey, there was a period of time where we were pulling judges out of retirement that may have had Alzheimer's, and they're up there sitting on the bench ruling on cases because there was a shortage of judges. And that was up to recent years, you know. So the New Jersey Supreme Court ultimately held that conditions beyond the limits of a specific property may be considered material facts that must be disclosed to prospective purchasers. Okay. So here is a screenshot from our sales contracts that say about off-site conditions. It says, pursuant to the new Residential Construction Off-Site Condition Disclosure Act, the clerks of municipalities in New Jersey maintain lists of off-site conditions which may affect the value of residential properties in the vicinity of the off-site condition. Buyers may examine the lists and are encouraged to independently investigate the area surrounding the property in order to become familiar with any off-site conditions which may affect the value of the property. In a case where a property is located near the border of a municipality, you may want to also check with the neighboring towns. Who is that? Their
township.
Yeah, who's the one? Oh, the clerk. The clerk was the word I was hunting for. You may want to check with that neighboring municipality's city clerk, you know, to for that copy a list from their town as well. All right. Was anybody ever aware that your municipalities maintain lists like this for off-site conditions?
Yes, I was.
You were?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't. So, you know, finding out about this stuff and knowing about it, that's a good thing. So you could, now that you have this knowledge, you could share this with your potential clients too, if they're interested in any off-site conditions. I would say only bring it up if they ask you, though. You know, this kind of gets ridiculous. Stuff that's a half a mile away, you know, that's not going to affect your house here, you know, but for people that's a concern and they bring it up, well, let them know that they could get that. But this is only regarding new construction, not for resale properties. For resale properties, they got to do their due diligence before they ever make an offer. They can't back out later. And I'll give you one example. You got somebody who has a new house was just built on the block. There's only one new house on the block. Okay, this isn't a big development. Just one new house, new construction. And the people were coming to see the house, and they loved it. They put an offer in on the house. But every time that they came to that house, they drove one way down this one street to get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after they made the offer to purchase the property, they started driving around the neighborhood, and they drove down the other way of the street and came up the road. That's when they realized that the city dump is down at the end of the block. Yikes. So they decided that they didn't want to purchase. They wanted to back out of the contract because they didn't want to buy a house, even if it was new construction, when the city dump is right down at the end of the block. I guess they were figuring the trucks, the garbage trucks and stuff like that coming down there, and, you know, having, you know, it's probably contaminated over there, you know, and that's all the way at the end of the block. So they decided, but that's just another example for. So if it's not new construction, though, you better find out before you ever make that offer.
And when it's new construction, they still have the 5 days to get out of it.
They only have the 5 days to get out of it after they sign, if it's new construction.
Okay. If
it's a resale property, don't sign the contract until you first do your due diligence.
Correct.
Okay. So here is a section of a contract taken from the new construction purchase contract site rider. And it basically explains the same thing here. And then you put down the municipality, the address, telephone number, whatever. And this is giving that 5-day right of rescission to the buyer. Okay. Off-site condition. Quiet neighbors across the street. See, real estate agents, they could joke. Nothing wrong with it. What else are you going to...
Isn't that Oh, I get it now.
Cemetery right there across the street.
Right. I'm like, wait, isn't that a cemetery? But that's why the neighbors are quiet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why for new construction offsite condition, why they have 5 days, and why in the general, if
That's
we
great.
look into other houses, 3 days, buyer has 3 days to.
Well, everybody has 3 days attorney review.
Okay.
That's what you're talking about. But for the discovery of offsite conditions to back out of the contract, it's 5 days only for new construction. Okay. Here, I put together this slide. You may want to snap a picture of this. There's peppered all over the book the right of rescissions for different reasons. I put them together all in one slide. Now, first I start off with the definition of rescission. What is rescission?
The right to cancel a contract.
Yeah, it's the right to cancel the contract, to rescind the offer, to take it back, to cancel the contract within a given period of time. Now, these are rescission periods for sales contracts in this first box. Now, they're all for new construction only, except for the last one, which is both for resale and of existing properties as well as new construction. That's the 3-day attorney review period that you were just speaking of, Amal.
Right.
Okay. Now, there's a 7-day right of rescission, 7 calendar days, a right of rescission for out-of-state, for new construction, out-of-state properties marketed in New Jersey to New Jersey residents. Okay. And then there's a 7-day right of rescission for new construction. This one's 7 business days. This is for new construction in large developments with 100 lots or more. Or it could be less, but not less than 10 units if they have common area elements involved, like with condominiums and cooperatives. There's a 5-day right of rescission for new construction for like that standalone house on the block that found out that the city dump is down the street. But that's only for new construction, not for resale properties. Okay. And you have that 3-day right of rescission where you could cancel a contract for any reason or no reason while the property's still in attorney review. But you have 3 days to start the attorney review process. If you do not start the attorney review process within 3 days, then the business days, then the contract becomes legally binding as it is. And these last 2 rescission periods, these are dealing with mortgage contracts, mortgage and financing contracts. There's a 3-day rescission period for refinancing property that you already own. Anybody know what refinancing is? Did we discuss this yet? I think we already had this slide, didn't we? In an earlier chapter?
Yes.
We're going to have this in a lot of chapters. I put it up again and again. So refinancing is getting a new loan to pay off your existing. Okay. Usually you do that because you want to get a lower interest rate.
Right.
But sometimes people do it because they want to take cash out. They have equity built into it, so they do a cash out refi, hopefully to get a lower interest rate and take some money out that they could use for whatever reason. And there's a 0-day right of rescission. No right of rescission whatsoever for purchase money mortgages. What is a purchase money mortgage? Read it backwards. Mortgage money to purchase. It's any loan used to buy real estate, which includes seller financing. So I think exams may refer to it as seller financing, but it's any loan used to buy real estate, including seller financing. It's mortgage money to purchase. Once you sign on the dotted line to get that loan, you bought it. There's no backing out. Okay. Megan's Law. Anybody ever hear of Megan's Law? This is a law that was passed that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders in an area. Now, I have a little bit more of a write-up than this. People are more curious about it. Let me try to open up the new class links and notes document that I have on my computer here. And Megan's All right. So the one I have here on the computer, I think I dive into it a little more. Oh, wait, do I? No, I just have an additional link here that explains it more. If you'd want a further explanation on Megan's Law and how that came about. Did I put that additional link on the slide? No, I did not. You know what? I should. Yeah. Let me copy it and put it on the slide. There you go.
Where can I find this one?
Hold on, I'm going to share it with you in just a second.
Yeah.
All right, so I added it to the slide here now, and I'll show you guys in a second. So Megan's Law is a law that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders. The county prosecutor, they maintain a list of all known sex offenders, and that list is updated every time that they move. They're required by law to notify the local county prosecutor that they're moving and they're to an area and they're on a lifetime sex offender registry. Only people who live in the area can make inquiries about where the sex offenders live. Only after they close on the sale or lease, because only then are they actually truly living there. Real estate agents can refer concerned buyers or renters to the Megan's Law registry on the state police website, to which they could search themselves if they are concerned about where the sex offenders are living, because the county prosecutor will not share that information unless you live there already. But you could search the Megan's Law registry on the state police website, and anybody can search that. Now, you do not search it for your clients. We're not allowed to. Licensees are not permitted to inquire about or give any information regarding the presence of convicted sex offenders in the neighborhood. And especially if one of them end up with getting harassed or with a broken leg or neck or something like that, and you were the one that supplied this information or spread this information, there's other liabilities you're opening yourself up to. Okay? So what I'm going to leave that off with saying with that is sex offenders have rights too, and you can't be violating their rights after they served their time and they're out. So how did this law come about? Well, there was a girl named Megan. They made this law about her. You know, they named it after her, unfortunately, where the child went missing, and they were doing manhunts trying to find the missing child. And it turns out that the guy living across the street was a convicted sex offender. And if they knew that, that would be the first place where the police would have gone to, right? But because there was no registry at the time, he actually kidnapped her, sexually abused her, and killed her. So this is where the idea of Megan's Law came from. So here's that additional link, that resource that I told you about, where you can learn more about Megan's Law. They talk this happened in 1994, where they created this registry. And so here's the legislative findings and additional information about the Megan's Law, which you guys could read up on that on your own if you like, about how Megan's Law came about. I'll share that with you right there. Okay, but for now, I want to click on the Megan's Law registry and show you guys how that works. Uh-oh, what happened? They moved the page? All right, hold on. We're going to have to find the page because apparently they redid the New Jersey State Police website. Okay, sex offender registry. It is here. Okay, so they redid this. They redid the page and they redid the link. So let me change the link in our notes here in our slideshow, because this no longer points to it. It's a longer link now. All right, and so I'll share that link with you guys here in the chat window. This is the Megan's Law registry. So now when you go to this link, by the way, they do track your IP address. If you have IP blockers and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to search the registry. Because they talk about prohibitions of misuse of registry information. You cannot be copying and disseminating this information or using it to harass the convicted sex offenders. All right, let's see, accuracy of the information on the website. Well, every time that individual moves, they need to be updated in the registry where their current address is. So they need to self-report. Now, in here, they have their fingerprints, they have their photographs, they have lists of any tattoos that they have, you know, their height, their weight, their color, their address, where they live, their license plate numbers and types of vehicles that they drive. All that information can be found in the registry. So they keep all that information here, and there's a whole list of other information here. Apparently they updated this sex offender registry with additional helpful information, it looks like. Then there's a warning here: any person who uses this information contained to intimidate or harass another or otherwise misuses the information is subject to criminal prosecution and civil liability. And here's a picture of Megan, I guess that the law was created after. And let's go in. So we go into the registry now, and then you click here to search for offenders in your area. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to click on the presentation, because, you know, I'm not supposed to be disseminating this information to the public. So what I'll do is I'll just go here and show you how this registry works. All right, which you could search by somebody's name, you could search by their by your address, and it'll show you everybody that lives within certain distance of there. You could subscribe to mailing lists where you get notified when a sex offender moves to your area. So why is notification important? Well, 45% of sexual assaults victims are under 12 years of age. That is sad. 75% of victims know their attackers. It's estimated 80% of all addresses have at least one offender living within a mile of them. And more than half of all rape and sexual assault incidents happen within a mile of the victim's home. Sex offenders cross socioeconomic boundaries, living in both the richest as well as the poorest of areas. So the state statutes set provisions to register offenders and notify the public. Because of the whole Megan's Law thing. You know, the guy living across the street was an offender. If they knew, they may have been able to save her life. So offenders' whereabouts are verified at regular intervals based on their risk level. Information collected is for law enforcement purposes and can also be used to enhance community awareness. And the public notification process begins within 48 hours of somebody being added to the registration list. Now, I've had people in this class before say, "Yeah, but most of those people on the sex offender list, they're not even really sex offenders. They could have been like 17 years old and they had sex with, or they could have been 18 years old and they had sex with their girlfriend who was 17, and the parent got mad and reported them." Yeah, well, you're a minor still, so it's an offense for an adult to have sex with a minor. Regardless if that was your girlfriend or not. And a minor, if you have sex with a minor, you're on the registry. You're not supposed to be having sex with minors as an adult. Well, they ended up getting married and everything. Well, then, that's unfortunate, but you know what? In the majority of the people that are in these databases, they are not those instances where it could have been two kids that were dating for years and one's a grade level above them, so they're 18 and they're 17, and then they get added to the sex offender registry. Oh, well, I know somebody who got added to the registry because he was drunk and he took a leak out in public. He was urinating in public and somebody saw his wee-wee, and so now he got added to the sex offender registry. Well, you know what? Don't be disgusting pig. Find a bathroom, or hide better if you're going to be taking a leak. Don't go taking a leak in public, So, yeah, sure. But that by far is not the majority of people being added to sex offender registries. Okay. Sure, you may get a couple of people like that, but by far the majority are hardcore sex offenders. Okay. So if you look on their webpage, they give you these different ways that you could search or give you tips and all kinds of things. And you could also get it even on the mailing list. So this is the way that it works. You plug in the address, and then it could pull up sex offenders within that area. And then you could click on one of them and it'll bring up their profile. You could see their pictures, the explanation of their age, height, weight, the explanation of what their sex offense actually was and what their tier ranking is. Are they more likely to reoffend or less likely to reoffend? They're actually ranked there as based on their tiers of risk. Okay, so you could get a lot of information if you search that registry. So you basically do a search. You do a radius search by 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, whatever you want to do, and it'll show you all the sex offenders that live within a mile of your home. Yeah, you may or may not want to look at this. So in summary, they diligently monitor offenders to make sure that they're registering and they are on these sites, this site. It's to let the public know, so we hopefully can avoid any more of those instances like happened in Megan's instance, or if a child goes missing, you immediately first question the sex offenders that are living in the immediate vicinity. That's only makes common sense, right? And you could sign up for email alerts and all that. All right, so that's the State Police Megan's Law registry there that I was showing you guys. All right, let me just update these links on our Word document because that has changed. And there we go. It's been updated. Okay, so what law alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders living in an area? It's on the slide right in front of you.
Megan's Law?
Megan's Law. Megan's Law. You guys will need to know this for exams.
What was the question? What was the question?
What is the law that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders in the area?
Oh, okay. Alerts.
Megan's Law.
Megan's Law.
And so you can highlight that on page 53 here.
Yeah, Megan's Law requires community be alerted to the presence of convicted sex offenders. Okay. buyer's list cannot.
If the buyer is concerned about it, so we can refer to the prosecutor.
Or you're better off giving them the link to Megan's Law Registry. They could search the website themselves.
Or they can do by themselves. We cannot give information. We have to refer to them.
Correct. Don't go printing out a list of all the sex offenders that live within a certain range of that address and giving it to them. Your luck is you'll probably give them this list, and some guy will move in that just got registered the next day, and then they'll accuse you of deliberately leaving him off the list. Don't get involved in it. Give them the link where they could to the Megan's Law Registry where they could search themselves. Okay, provide them. Listen, we're law enforcement. We don't need to know everything about everything, but we need to know who does have that information. County prosecutors or the state police Megan's Law Registry you could search, right? You make sure that this link here is also working. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right.
So we have to give it to.
Yeah. So you guys got this highlighted here?
Yeah. For
disclosure. And buyers and lessees can obtain information from the county prosecutor through the sale or lease of the property is closed. And this link apparently is no good anymore. Oh, wait. No, it is, because that's the one that just talks about Megan's Law stuff in general. But this is the updated link that I just sent you guys about getting access to search the Megan's Law Registry yourself.
The buyer should ask this kind of thing if there is any alerts in this area, something like that.
Well, if they want to know if there are any sex offenders that live in the area, here's a link for you where you could search.
No. Buyers should ask like this, or it just agency provides this information.
I mean, I guess you could create a flyer with all kinds of resources and stuff for concerned buyers about. You want to know what off-site conditions are available. Contact your county clerk or your city municipal clerk's office to get a list of that. You could get that list. If you want to find out what sex offenders are, you can search here to get that information about sex offenders. Like all the stuff I'm teaching you, you guys compile a list of all these resources that you could supply to interested buyers, But I wouldn't go having conversations with all. We got enough to deal with for trying to qualify buyers, find out what it is they're looking for and the price range they're looking for, and we got enough conversation to have. This could be a supplemental information you give to them in a brochure.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, or have on your website. It's content, right? Just write up a little story about it. Make even a little video about it.
Right.
Those things will help your search engine rankings on your websites. And it's real estate related. More content you have on there, the better you'll rank in the search engines, and you'll get people coming to your site. And if your real estate website now also includes where people can search the MLSs directly from your website and look at properties, and then you could generate your own leads that come directly to you and not rely on your brokers spoon feeding you leads that they're also probably giving to other agents in the office, hoping that one of them will close the deal. That's a good way for you to get along in this business. Don't rely on your brokers to give you anything. If they give you any leads for clients, that's great. But don't rely on that. You'll starve. I'm telling you right now. You got to learn how to get the business yourself. And hopefully your brokers will teach you how to do that. I'll give you some tips in this class, but hopefully your brokers will give you some training.
I see.
Okay. So that's the Megan's Law Registry there. And you guys got these notes now, right?
Yeah.
All right. Next, we're going to get into puffing and the 3 types of misrepresentation and all that. And we'll talk about that a little bit more after lunch. So let me pause the recording. Okay, puffing. Puffing is an exaggerated statement of opinion. It's used as part of salesmanship, My, isn't this the most gorgeous kitchen you've ever seen in your life? It's a statement of opinion, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. You guys should be involved in puffing. As long as you're not doing it in a way to try to mislead or deceive somebody, there's nothing wrong with it. Now, statements of fact has to be accurate. You know, square footage, the value of a home. You know, so there's a difference between puffing, which is part of salesmanship, and where you're trying to intentionally mislead somebody, which is misrepresentation. And there are three types of misrepresentation that we need to be aware of. Fraud. Fraud is intentional misrepresentation, intended to harm or deceive someone. Then we have negligence. Negligence are unintentional misrepresentation that's done by somebody who should have known better. So we as real estate licensees, hopefully you're not going to try to intentionally deceive somebody. That would be fraud. But if we just take information that somebody gives us and we run with that and then we disseminate that information as fact, you should have known better. Trust but verify that information before you go sharing it. The homeowner could have told you, oh, the roof was replaced last year. So you go and you put in your ads, the roof is 1 year old. Well, do you know that? If you don't know that, don't say that. That's very specific. That is 1 year old roof. So you could be found guilty of negligence. It's a false or misleading statement made by somebody who should have known better. Well, the owner told me it was 1 year old. Well, you could have verified it. They had to get a permit to change the roof, right? Or maybe they have a contractor's bill that showed when the roof was replaced, if it was replaced. You need to verify this information before you go and disseminate that information in your ads now, saying the house has a 1 year old roof, you know. Trust but verify, right? Innocent misrepresentation, these are false or misleading statements. They're done by somebody who's not expected to have expertise in the subject matter, like the homeowner themselves. So, although they should know, you know, when they had their roof replaced, but, you know, I've come across situations like this before where I'm in there getting a listing and I'm talking to the husband at the kitchen table and the wife stepped out of the room for a moment. And, you know, he's talking about how he just got the roof replaced and the roof is only, the roof is new. It's only about 1 year old. And then the wife walks in the kitchen. She's like, what was that about the roof? And then he's like, oh, I was telling him how we got a new roof, that it's only about 1 year old. You know, and the wife smacks him in the back of the head. She's like, what's wrong with you? That's got to be like 5 years already. That's when Jimmy got married. Don't you remember? And he's like, oh, wow, how time flies. 5 years already? Now, if I just ran with that information that it was a 1 year old roof, when in fact it's older than that, I'm guilty of negligence. Okay. So the homeowner, that's innocent misrepresentation. They didn't mean to deceive me, but it was a false or misleading statement. So if somebody ever faces losses or damages due to false or misleading statements made by people, they can be held liable for this, especially you. So we're in the real estate business. We should know better. So you should always trust but verify before passing along any information. So to avoid misrepresentation, what should we do? Trust but verify information before passing it along. Never present opinions as facts, and don't lie. If somebody's ever got a question for us, you're not expected to be the expert in all things. Always refer questions to the experts, to the expert sources, right? Is this legal? Well, we should ask your New Jersey licensed attorney about that, right? What about property condition questions? Well, that you could ask your New Jersey licensed home inspector, surveyor, appraiser, title company, pest control company, or pool expert, or pest control company, depending on what the inspection issue is, what type of inspector would be dealing with those issues. How's this going to affect my taxes? Well, we should ask your tax attorney about that, or your EA or tax preparer, right? Always refer questions to the experts. I don't know. I'm not the expert on taxes. How am I supposed to give you that advice, And if they ask you about safety or sex offenders, like where are all the sex offenders? Well, we could refer them to the Megan's Law Sex Offender Registry. Let me go pull that link that I gave you, the corrected link, and we're going to replace that here on this slide as well. 3 types of misrepresentation. And this link is no good anymore, so that's the correct link. Okay, so you guys get the gist. Did anybody ever die in this home? I don't know. I don't even know where I could get that information from. If you were interested, though, if crime ever occurred here or anything like that, I guess you could reach out to your local police department. I don't know if they would even have a record of that, maybe associated to the address, maybe. I don't know. You could reach out to them. See, we don't need to supply all this information to the buyers or renters. We just need to know who the experts are so we could direct them in the right direction in where they could get that information themselves. Okay? Our job is hard enough to find you this much house in this price range, right? Forget about all the other drama that you're trying to now introduce into it. So this is another not so bad slide to snap a picture of, telling you what's the best way to avoid misrepresentation, teaching you what puffing is. You need to know what puffing is. Add that to your definition list. You need to know the 3 types of fraud and misrepresentation, because on the other slides, we're going to be highlighting stuff like this: puffing, fraud, 3 types of misrepresentation here. So before we get to those highlights, you guys give you the opportunity to snap a picture of this nice, neat slide that has all the information you need. Okay, so now let's start doing our highlighting, page 53. Extravagant statements of opinion are permissible as long as they're offered as opinions without any intention to deceive, which is called puffing. And then fraud encompasses all deceitful and dishonest practices intended to harm or take advantage of another person. Now, if either party suffers a loss because of a broker's misrepresentation, the broker can be held liable for damages. When I say the broker, I'm also including you in that. You're a representative of that broker, and you're the one that would have been making those statements, not the broker. So if you are making false or misleading statements, you can be held liable for that. So don't lie. Stick to the truth. Don't exaggerate facts. Yeah, property values are sure to go up 10% in the next year. How the hell would you know that? There's no way for you to know that. So you should not be making statements like that. If you got that crystal ball and you got it like that, you should have been giving me the lottery numbers. All right, so there's 3 types of misrepresentation. We got the fraud, which is intentional misrepresentation; negligence, which is unintentional misrepresentation, which encompasses false or misleading statements made by someone who should have known better, like you, the real estate agent, because you should know better than to rely on that information, because I told you now that you should trust but verify. And then you got that innocent or honest misrepresentation. False or misleading statements made by somebody who's not expected to be an expert in the subject matter to begin with. Okay, so here are the criteria for the liability to be found guilty of fraud. For this, we'll read through it a little bit. So for an agent to be liable for misrepresentation, there must be a false or misleading statement or the concealment of a material fact by a person who knows or should have known that that information was false, with the intent to deceive or defraud, or if there was no such intent, the effect was someone was still deceived and defrauded. and damages have been suffered by the party who relied on that information that you provided that was false or misleading. So therefore, it's relatively easy for an agent to avoid intentional misrepresentation simply by sticking to the truth and don't lie. But omissions and half-truths, they can misrepresent just as actual misstatements. And the offense may be committed inadvertently is of little defense. The buyer looking at a rural property could be told, septic systems are normal in this area, when in fact, or the septic system works well, when in fact it does not. If the agent knows that it didn't work, and there was problems with it, that's intentional misrepresentation. But if the agent does not know the condition of the system, the potential buyer is still being misled by negligent misrepresentations. You should know better than to say, there's probably nothing to worry about. They got to inspect it. It needs to be inspected. You should ask for the copy of the service updates from the homeowner and the treatments. When's the last time they put active bacteria in the system? They should do that every couple of weeks. A septic system, for you that don't know, is a private sewer system in your own backyard. Okay, it doesn't collect to the city services going through pipes to a treatment facility. It goes into a tank that's buried in your backyard close to your house. And so all of your waste, all the water waste, all the solid waste from the toilet and such, it all goes down into this tank. So you got to flush down the toilet or pour directly into the septic tank periodically active bacteria, which would break down. It eats away at the solid waste and breaks it down. So you don't need to get a pumper truck to come out and empty the septic tank as often. It breaks down the solids into liquids. You also need to care for these systems a lot more. Because using things like antibacterial soaps and cleansers could kill those good bacteria that you need to flush down the toilet to actually keep processing the solid wastes. Okay, so yeah, it is more of a burden to have this, but it may be necessary when people live in rural areas that may not be near public sewer systems that they could easily connect into, right? So that's what a septic system is. So the septic, if the agent does not know the condition of the system, they're still being misled by negligent misrepresentation. A half-truth may mislead with a statement like, septic systems are normal in this area, and there's probably nothing for you to worry about. While true in itself, it skirts the issue in a manner that may be misleading to an ignorant buyer who doesn't even know what a septic system is. So no mention at all of a septic system could also be misleading, particularly to urban buyers who assume that public sewers are available everywhere. Do you know what happens to the stuff when you flush the toilet, or do you care? As long as you don't get to see it again, you're happy, right? See, we take a lot of these modern conveniences for granted these days, septic systems, if you live in an urban area or in a city, you don't need to worry about it. It's connected to the public sewers, but not always. So we need to be aware as the real estate professional. You could be living in suburbia, okay? You have urban areas, suburban areas, and rural areas. Anybody know what an urban area is? It's a densely populated area. It's like this city where you got a lot of people, maybe high-rise buildings, apartment buildings. You got a lot of people living within a close proximity of each other. Then you have suburbia or suburban areas, which are single-family or two-family homes. People are living a little bit further apart. Everything's not a big high-rise or an apartment building, okay? And then you have rural, where you'd be lucky if you see your neighbor. It's like farmland or living out in the country where you're spread far apart from each other. In those areas, you're more likely to have these septic systems rather than city services. Okay. So That the broker knew nothing at all of the condition of the system will be a little defense if the brokers in that community should know about such matters. Even if the intention was not to defraud, the person who purchased the property and then discovers later that the septic system was faulty or suffered damages, well, they can recover them through you by suing you because you misled them. So in recent years, buyers and sellers have become increasingly aware of possible dangers posed by radon, lead paint, asbestos building materials, toxic pollutants, urea formaldehyde spray foam insulation, or UFFI for short, and other environmental hazards. So licensees should be able to direct their clients and customers to websites or local agencies in order to gather more information on those issues. So among other areas where problems frequently arise is about the value of a property, where an agent will tell people, property values are sure to go up 10% in this area. How would you know? Don't make predictions. Or saying the judgments have all been cleared up when you haven't checked if they've all been cleared up and removed from the property or the utilities. The problem, no problem hooking up to sewers. Unless you looked into it, you better check because the city may not allow the hookup into the sewer even though it's close, or it could be expensive to do, or if it's at a distance, you'd have to put a lot of sewer pipe in yourself to get to the city's sewer system. And what's on your property is your responsibility. So there may be a problem, you'd get them to consult with the municipality and builders to see about connecting into those sewer pipes. Boundaries, zoning, and size of lots. In recent case, another state, the buyers of a house that contained 100 square foot less than what was stated in the MLS by the real estate agent, well, that agent had to pay that homeowner now, that new homeowner, the value of 100 square feet that they were off. That's why in New Jersey, most real estate agents will never quote square footage in the MLS. The only times that they do is if they got an architectural blueprint and it's new construction. I mean, this information could be available in tax records, but tax records aren't always right. And if you relied on that information that was not accurate, somebody can end up suing you later. So most real estate agents, you may take your own room sizes, but we don't go measuring out and posting the square footage of the entire house. And that's a little bit of a pet peeve for people who are moving to New Jersey from other states. How come no agents are ever showing what the square footage of the house is? Because people are sue happy. We live in a litigious society. They love to sue over the dumbest stuff. And even if we put a disclosure in there that measurements and sizes are assumed to be accurate, however, we don't guarantee that they are. Well, that's not going to relieve you of your spoken repetition that this house is 3,000 square feet when in fact it's 1,500, So it's going to open you up to lawsuits. So if you're not sure about something, absolutely sure, don't include it in. So once again, what's the best way to avoid misrepresentation? I guess we can highlight it here on page 55. To avoid misrepresentation, absolute statements should be avoided. Requests for information should be met by referring the questioner directly to the expert source. Just like I gave you on that previous slide of mine that I made that had that as a statement there. See, if you refer to the book all the time and just highlights, this is how you got to study. This is why I say if you're going to be highlighting, doing the highlights and taking the notes in the book, copy them over later into your own notebook so that you can, or Word document or whatever, however you're doing your notes, so that you could study them later. What are the best ways to avoid misrepresentation? Sounds like it could be an exam question, right? Hint, hint. Okay, everybody got it? Here's an example of a cutaway to see what a septic system looks like. So you got the pipe, the main sewer pipe that comes from the house, goes into a a buried container in the ground. They could be made of a lot of materials, concrete, or they could be made of a plastic encased reinforced concrete inside. This one is a 2-compartment chamber, so all the waste come in, all the liquid waste float in the center, the solid waste go to the bottom, and the greases and fats, the sludge, floats to the top. And as every gallon of water that comes in, 1 gallon of water goes out. So it's going to reach a point where it'll then go into the other section. So you shouldn't really be getting much solid waste in there unless this thing really starts getting built up. And then it's time to call the company to come vacuum out all the waste. And that needs to be done every couple of years, depending on the family size and if you have a garbage disposal and things of that nature, which could clog this up or fill it up quicker. So then the liquids, just the liquids, should flow out of here. So there should be a filter on this, but it may not have one, but it should have a filter that would only allow liquids to come out and go out to the drain field, the septic tank's drain field, where it goes through PVC pipes that are buried in gravel and sand and then dirt. And then the liquid flows out into the soil and then drains and gets filtered naturally through the earth's soil. And there will be bacteria in there that continue to eat away at any dangerous, bacterias. So when you have a septic tank or a drain field, you definitely shouldn't be planting plants or shrubs or bushes above them. Shouldn't have any animal pens above them. Shouldn't have areas where you're parking cars or anything like that. And definitely don't water the grass in these areas, because then you could oversaturate that septic field. So here's another cutaway of what it would look like. It's not just one pipe. It's actually a series of pipes. It goes through a distribution box so those liquids can get spread out. And before you could even have a septic tank system in your property, they need to do a test of the soil to see how well it absorbs liquids. They call this a perk test or a percolation test. I'll show you a little video from this old house in a little while that'll show you how that works. But that shows you that you got to test, because there could be a high clay content in the soil, so it doesn't absorb the liquids as well. So if that's the case, there may be it may be impossible for you to put a septic system in. And if that's the case, it may not be able to build a house there. So here's a cutaway showing you how, the guy that's coming to service the septic system, he's digging around over here by the shrubs, the plants, trying to find out where the lid is. In this example, looks like he had to dig away some dirt because it got buried. And there's 3 lids there, 3 compartments in this one. And then they have the pump that the pumper truck looks like a fuel truck. It's actually a vacuum truck. It sucks out all the stuff from inside. All right, so yeah, it's sucking out all the stuff from inside, all the poop and liquids and other nasties that you don't want to be smelling. Well, you're going to be paying this guy to come by with a pumper truck to come suck it all out. How often that should be getting replaced? Well, here's a little guide I found online. You don't need to study this stuff. There's just a little information for you. So it depends on your tank size. Let's just say you have a 1,000-gallon septic tank and you have a family of 4. That means every 2.5 years, every 2.6 years, you need to get it pumped out, provided that you maintain the active bacteria flushing them down the toilet to eat the solid waste up on a regular, and it's working properly. Now, if you have a garbage disposal, add another person to the family size. If you have a dishwasher, add another person to the family size. So if you have a dishwasher and a garbage disposal and you got a 1,000-gallon tank, every year and a half, you need to have that tank flushed out, vacuumed out. All right. Public water. Okay, I got videos about this stuff, so we can kind of avoid just watching this, but this is just talking about pumping stations and how you get water to your house. A lot of people don't know. They just know that they turn the faucet and it comes out. Well, how does it come out? How does it come under pressure? Anybody ever live in a place where they had low water pressure, where you take a shower and it feels like, I'm not talking about when they put in those restrictor valves in your shower to try to low flow toilets and all that stuff, you know. Look, you could be at a higher elevation and you may not get as well a high water pressure. There are pumping stations, there are water towers that store water, so the weight of the water itself brings pressure into the pipes so that you get higher pressure, leading the water out to the homes, to the fire hydrants, for emergencies, and for when everybody's using their water, everybody's taking a shower in the morning at the same time, you know. It has the supply there. Okay, New Jersey Consumer Fraud Act prohibits misleading, fraudulent, and scam practices, and fines of up to $10,000 for first violation. And then we got those Sherman Antitrust Act. The Sherman Antitrust Act, we've went over this before ad nauseum, and we're going to go over it again right now real quick. And if you didn't get it before, you may want to snap a picture of this slide right here that explains to you. The Sherman Antitrust Act, it's a federal law. It makes the practice of price fixing illegal. That's when agents from competing firms, not from the same brokerage, but from different brokerages, competing firms, they work with each other, they discuss and they work with each other to try to fix an industry standard for the fees that they charge to the public. Like if everybody agrees, we're not going to take listings less than 10%, then homeowners aren't going to be able to list their property with a real estate broker for the less than 10% in that area. So that's artificially holding the prices up high when the competitors collude with each other. Collusion means you're working with each other, but you're doing it to keep the prices inflated for your own benefit. It's against federal law, it's against the state law, it's against the New Jersey Real Estate Commission's rules. Okay, so commissions need to be negotiable. Allocation of markets is also illegal under the Sherman Antitrust Act. That's where the competing brokerages agree to divide the market share. Like, this is our territory, that's your territory. We're not going to step over the line. You get all the listings on that side of Main Street, we get all the listings on this side of Main Street. Or they could do it based on price range, you know? They could divide the market share based on price range too. That's called allocation of markets. But on exams, you're probably more likely to get questions about price fixing. You need to know what price fixing is and what law makes it illegal. The Sherman Antitrust Act. So what should you do if an agent from a competing firm starts talking to you about the fees you charge for the services you perform? Agents should immediately disassociate themselves. They separate themselves from the slightest discussion with the competition about commission fees or rates they charge the public. Penalties are severe. It's considered a misdemeanor crime to violate the Sherman Antitrust Act. It's a misdemeanor, but it's punishable by up to $1 million fine and 10 years in prison. That's a hell of a misdemeanor, huh? And penalties can be higher for corporations or trade groups. They can be upwards of $100 million or more. And up to 3 times the cost of the damages is possible. And the Sherman Antitrust Act does not only apply to real estate. It applies to all industries. It's one of these laws that are put in place for anti-competition. What is it? Here, let me give you an example. Just the other day, I heard that Newsmax filed a lawsuit against Fox News for anti-competition, antitrust. They filed an antitrust suit against them because across all, Fox has a larger network of different areas and channels and programs all over the United States, right? So they filed a lawsuit, an antitrust lawsuit against Fox News for not allowing them to advertise their news network on their networks. Okay, trying to limit their reach or being able to expand, seeing as they're creeping up and becoming a pretty big competitor there with uncensored news. So they filed a lawsuit with them against that. I think I previously told you guys when we talked about this stuff in chapter 2, I brought it up too. You had that great broiled chicken conspiracy, right? Amongst all the chicken producers in the United States, where they were colluding with each other. And the Department of Justice found this out during the end of Trump's first presidency. They found out that all the major chicken producers were colluding with each other about the prices they charged for broiled chicken products that they sold to Costco and all those, the fast food chicken chains, So they were artificially keeping the prices up higher. Now, before the end of his administration, they got one of those chicken producers to admit guilt. They ended up paying like $104 million fine or $106 million fine after they admitted guilt in this conspiracy with these other chicken producers. So how come they're the only ones still to this date? That was at the end of Trump's first presidency. There's been 4 years in between. And how come there have been no other settlements or fines given to any other chicken producer? Well, because politics got involved. It's the world we live in. After the Trump presidency, where did Biden put and Biden became president, where did he direct the Department of Justice to focus on? All the January 6th people, right? Tracking them down and everything. We didn't even have air marshals. He redirected them to go tracking down January 6 attendees, so that they could go after them. So these chicken producers, they knew they were off the hook. They saw the Department of Justice is not going to be focusing on us anymore. They're putting all of their interest in this nonsense. So they said, prove it. We're not admitting guilt to anything. You got to prove it. And knowing that they weren't going to be following up on any of this, and still to this day they haven't, they pretty much got off the hook. Okay. I don't know if statute of limitations already fell through on it or what the deal was, but I think it would be 6 years. So I think the Trump administration now still has about a year or two that they could, maybe a year, that they could still go after them. But are they going to put that effort in? I don't know. Let's see. So the Sherman Antitrust Act is not just about real estate. It goes across any industry where anti-competition is taking place. This is that law that was used to break up Standard Oil in the 1930s, right? They broke it into 32 different oil companies. Okay, so you will absolutely get this on both exams. You need to know Sherman Antitrust Act. It makes price fixing and allocation of markets illegal. You need to know what price fixing is. It's when agents from competing firms work with each other trying to set an industry standard on the pricing for the fees for the services they perform. Okay? And so what should the agent do if they're found in this situation? I got your answer right here. Agents should immediately disassociate themselves from the slightest discussion about commission fees or rates. So if you get a question on exams and they ask you, that agent A with ABC Realty and agent B with XYZ Realty go out to lunch together, they work for different firms, And Agent A starts asking Agent B about their approach to how they charge fees and what fees they charge for the listings that they get, and how they go about getting them. What should Agent B do? Call the cops, report them to the real estate commission, report them to the police, or walk away?
Walk away.
Walk away. You separate yourself from that situation, there's no problem. Right? Don't get involved in the discussion, period. Okay. So, if in an ad you mention a specific rate or commission amount, the advertisement also has to state, in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. And the purpose of that is to show that you are not violating the Sherman Antitrust Act. That you're not fixing prices. You're not involved in price fixing, which is an illegal act. So on page 55, we did these highlights already. For people who were not here that day where we did these highlights, you may want to get them. Next to the title that says Antitrust Laws, write Sherman Antitrust Act. And then do these highlights. All right. Everybody got that, or anybody still highlighting?
Done.
Good. Okay. Continue highlighting on page 56. Violations occur only when competing firms agree to act together in these matters. And under the Sherman Antitrust Act, people who fix prices or allocate markets may be found guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by a maximum $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison. Now that's for an individual. Okay. All right. So next we're going to talk about ethics, liability, and disciplinary offenses. Well, breach of fiduciary duties, failure to observe standards of care, conflict of interest, misrepresentation, and numerous offenses may result in fines or suspension or revocation of our licenses. So it's important that we obey the laws and also have some sort of a standard of ethics, because we can be held liable if we violate them. So let's copy this down. E&O, errors and omissions, is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance like a doctor would carry. You guys are going to carry errors and omissions insurance. You'll get it through your broker who already has the policy for the office. They're just going to pass on your share of the bill to you. Now, your name may not be on the policy, but you're going to be covered under your broker's policy, because your broker carries insurance for X amount of agents. Now, every now and then they may be required to submit to the insurance company a list of their agents and names in their office to their insurance company, but you'd still be covered. If they're covered for 10 agents and you're the 10th agent that joins the office, you're going to get your bill, you pay your bill, and you're covered under the broker's insurance. So you don't need to go get your own insurance policy. But this insurance probably averages about $600 a year. Okay. It could be less, but on average, it's $600 a year. You just need to ask brokers, do I got to pay it before I start working here? Or can you take it out of my first transaction? Because that's kind of a big nut to carry, right? So E&O insurance is the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance like a doctor would carry. We're all humans. We all make mistakes and need insurance in case we get sued. The broker will add you to their policy. You'll get billed by your broker, so ask them how much they charge. You should avoid dual contracts. What are dual contracts? Well, dual contracts are when you prepare a contract for the buyer and seller to sign. The buyer is purchasing a property for $300,000. So you prepare that contract for $300,000. Buyer, seller sign it, goes off to the attorneys to do attorney review. The mortgage lender is going to, for the buyer, is going to want a copy of that contract. So you send off to them their copy, showing a price of $325,000. It's mortgage fraud. That's dual contracts. You're trying to get an extra 25 grand out of the lender. So you're working with the buyer. You're all involved in this fraud. Don't get involved in that. So that's a good way or a good segue here for ethics. Because if you're involved in dual contracts, you are lacking in in your ethics. So ethics is a standard dictating the moral principles addressing two sides of a profession. How an industry's professionals should be treating each other, as well as how industry professionals, you as a real estate licensee, should be treating the public. So, what do we call the real estate industry's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance like a doctor would carry? What's that insurance called that we got to carry?
Malpractice.
No, it's called
E&O.
Errors and Omissions Insurance. E&O insurance. Errors and Omissions Insurance. So you highlighted that on the previous slide here, right?
Yes.
Page 57?
Yes.
Okay, you got to study that. E&O, Errors and Omissions Insurance. You'll need to know that. It will be on exams. All right. So here's that.
Before you go on, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
With the dual contracts. So we had a dual contract when we're selling or when we're trying to sell and.
Well, dual contracts is something you do if you're intentionally trying to commit fraud.
Oh,
it's not like an approved or official thing, dual contracts. There's no situation where you should have dual contracts. Dual contracts is like, we got a contract because we got a that's purchasing this property for $300,000. And that's the one that we sent off to the attorneys now to do attorney review. And then the lender is going to want a copy of that contract so that they could get the mortgage approval for from the lender, right? And instead, we give them a contract for $325,000 because the buyer's trying to get an extra 25 grand out of the lender.
I'm getting confused with the other dual.
That's fraud. They shouldn't be doing that.
I think it's just confused with dual agency. That's a different dual agency.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting confused with, the dual agency. Okay.
Totally different. That dual agency deals with your agency representing both parties in the transaction. Dual contracts, it's having two contracts for different prices, so that you can commit the lender to try to get more money out of them. Okay. I don't think you're going to get any questions on dual contracts on exams. But E&O and understanding ethics. Can you do something that's unethical but not illegal?
Can you say that again?
Can you do something unethical but it's not illegal?
No.
Sure you can.
Give
There's
an example.
ethics and the law usually go hand in hand with each other, but not always. There could be situations where you are not violating the law, but you're not holding to the highest ethical standards on how we treat each other or how we treat the public. I mean, there's certain things in the law, baked in the law. We got to disclose. Disclose.
Okay.
Let's see. In real estate, there's so many laws that we need to follow and rules from the Real Estate Commission. Trying to think of one right now. I can't off the top of my head, but you could do things that are unethical. There are things out there. I just can't think of an example right now that are unethical, but not illegal in the real estate profession.
Okay.
Okay. If I come up with one, I'll bring it up for you. I'm a little bit of a blank right now. Okay. So when it comes to ethics, most professions have a code of ethics for their members to follow.
Right.
Like the physician's Hippocratic oath to do no harm, which I don't know how many doctors should have been losing their licenses in the last so many years when they keep pushing all this gender reassignment surgeries on children without their parents' permissions, or knowledge. How is that not a violation of their Hippocratic oath? I have no idea. But that's a question to be brought up by attorneys in the court of law. So, or attorney's code of professional responsibility. No. You got attorneys that throw out frivolous lawsuits all the time. And they know they're frivolous. Shouldn't they be losing their licenses over that stuff? I guess they got a lot of leeway. Yeah, Real Estate Commission, well, they're a little more strict with us and our licenses than what we do. And we've had a Realtors Code of Ethics around since 1913 that was created by the Association of Realtors when it was formed. Because we realized we needed to police our own people in our industry. This was way before licensing law was required in New Jersey, which didn't happen until 1921. There was no licensing requirement for real estate until 1921. All right, so here's a list of professional organizations and classes and designation courses we could take. And so we're going to be members of NAR, National Association of Realtors, right? Here's the website, realtor.org. That's the website for realtor.org. Which now they try to push their own top-level domain that they got, which is .realtor. That's like instead of .com, they got .realtor. So nar.realtor or realtor.org points to the website for us as real estate licensees and members of the organization. Realtor.com is the public's website. Realtor.org is ours. It has all kinds of training resources and information and there's all kinds of stuff on that website for us once you become members. Mm-hmm. The Realtor Code of Ethics has been around since 1913 and it's been evolving over time. Currently, you need to take this class once every 3 years and within 45 days of your initial membership. You could take that class in person or online for free. Okay, and so I got the links here to those Code of Ethics training classes, which are constantly changing. How do ethics change? Well, I'll give you one example. As technology comes about, here's an example of something that's not illegal but is unethical. Okay, you are with ABC Realty and you buy the domain name for XYZ Realty, and then you point it to your website. So people who would be searching for that other real estate company, they're actually going to get redirected to your website. That's very unethical to do. It's a violation of the Realtors Code of Ethics. Is it illegal? No. But it is a violation of the Code of Ethics.
So you still could get in trouble for it.
You could still get in trouble for it, but it's not going to affect your license, your real estate license.
Okay.
Because it's not illegal. Okay. So the Realtors Code of Ethics, well, this is a code that the members of the Realtors organization need to follow. It has nothing to do with licensing law, although licensing law usually runs hand in hand with a lot of the ethics stuff, but not everything. Okay.
Okay.
You could go to their site and you could read up all about the Code of Ethics now if you like. All right. So 2025 Code of Ethics. So they got it listed here, and there's been quite a few changes with a couple of lawsuits. And there have been proposed changes, which there would be a lot of pushback if they tried to do it now. They may still try to do it again in the future. I don't know. I guess it depends on the political environment. The Realtors organization was wanting to not only regulate what you do professionally and how you treat each other and how you treat the public, but now they wanted to start regulating what you say and what you believe and what you do in your own personal life too. Like, if you're against kids getting become transgender, and you're morally against that. Maybe you're religious, maybe you're ethics, whatever it is, you're against that. In the business life, you can have people find a house and whatever they're doing in their own life, that's their own business, right? Mm-hmm. But maybe you're staunchly against them doing this with children and, okay, well, on your Facebook pages or something, you talk out about that. The Realtors organization wanted to change the Code of Ethics so that even in your personal life, if you say something that someone could deem offensive or whatever, it goes against their standard of practice and their Code of Ethics. They wanted you to be able to get fined or kicked out of the Realtors organization and then thus out of the industry. Because how could you be a member and work in the real estate industry when most MLSs require you to be a member of the Realtors organization? So they're trying to impose it on you that way. For me, I would take the stance of, well, isn't that a violation of your freedom of speech, your First Amendment, right? Can't you have your own beliefs? So that's very, very, very shady, and they would get a lot of pushback on that if they actually implemented it. So I read through their newer Code of Ethics that they just updated recently, and they did not do that. Although they do mention some of these issues that you cannot hold this against them. You cannot discriminate against somebody to help them find a house because maybe they're transgender or whatever. And yeah, of course, you're going to help anybody. I don't care who you sleep with. I don't care who you want to dress up as. I don't care about any of that stuff. You let me know where it is you want to live, how much you can afford, and I'll help you find a house, and I'll do my best to do it, and I'll be most respectful to you in the whole entire process. We don't need to be on the same belief system for whatever it is, whether it's religion, whether it's this stuff, or whether it's, something else, I can still work with you, right? So that's what this Code of Ethics is telling us, not to discriminate against somebody, and they do some updates on it pertaining to the whole trans issue now, because that's the hot topic of the day, I guess, So as you can see, effective January 1st, 2025 are things that are in yellow, and revised June 5th, 2025. They updated some things. So you could read through it and you could see when they're color coded like this, you could see the latest updates that they had here. You know, you guys could go through this on your own. I'm not going to sit here doing this. This is not a class to go about the Realtors Code of Ethics, but you could see what the Realtors Code of Ethics is, and then you could actually take the Code of Ethics training class by clicking on this link on this same page. Okay, so you could actually read. There are different parts to the Code of Ethics. You have the preamble, the duties to clients and customers, the duties to the public, duties to each other as realtors, and then they give some other notes. Okay. I'll share that with you right there. That's the Realtors Code of Ethics. So we also have Code of Ethics training classes you could take online. I got the direct link to that one, which is on the same page. The National Association of Real Estate Brokers, NAREB, their members are called Realtists, and it is an African-American association of realtors. Yes, yes, yes. We cannot just be realtors. We have all kinds of segregated associations of realtors. Well, actually, they're not segregated because that would be illegal. I could join NAREB if they didn't allow me to. That would be discriminatory. There's an African American Association of Realtors. There's a Hispanic Association of Realtors. There's an Asian Association of Realtors. There's a Women's Council, you know, and I cannot be denied membership in any of them because I don't fit in any of those categories. It doesn't matter. I cannot be denied membership because that would be a violation of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. To deny anybody membership in an organization based on, I guess, skin color, national origin, religion, yada yada, all the protected classes. You guys get what I'm saying. Now, you can be members of these organizations, but I'm just saying because a lot of people never heard of a realtist. What is a realtist? A realtist is a member of NAREB, the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, which is basically an African American Association of Realtors. And there's other associations as well. I just don't have the links to all of them here. Asian Association of Realtors, they're based right out of Edison. Edison's got a huge Asian population. You have Women's Council. Me and my ex-wife helped bring it to New Jersey. You know, I was a member. I was one of the big members, although you're not going to find me in the roster there. You know, I quit them, and so did she, because there was a lot of nepotism going on at the beginning. Now I think it's a little bit more fairer. They got people from different brokerages that are in positions there. But when I got started, there's one particular brokerage, I'm not going to mention their name, that wanted to install only people from their brokerage in all the ranking positions, and they were using it as basically getting the membership role so that they can then try to recruit people to their real estate brokerage out of there. So it was kind of like dirty and not the direction I was wanting to go in. So I kind of dropped it like a hot potato. So, but they're still around and they're more fairer now. I guess that became an issue, and they ended up getting other people from other brokerages in positions. Otherwise, it wasn't going to survive. All right. Now we have New Jersey Realtors. It used to be called New Jersey Realtors Association. Now it's just New Jersey Realtors. Their website is njrealtor.com. And they've got all kinds of great resources for us there. They're the ones that give us the tools that we need here in New Jersey. All these sample disclosure forms, the digital contract form system, we get access to that for free as part of our membership. You get a tool called RPR. The realtors, RPR.com can explain to you a little bit about that. But you can also download the mobile app, RPR Mobile. It stands for Real Property Resources. And if you're a member of several MLSs, you can log into one MLS and search for properties across all the MLSs with one tool. Or if you open up the tool on your cell phone, it'll bring up a map and it'll show you the listing information without you even having to search the MLS. If you're standing in front of a house and you open up that tool, it'll show you that listing's information without even having to search for it. It's a fantastic tool. It's got all kinds of other information in there too that you could search through public records and such. You could put together your CMAs in there. They give you access to this digital contract form system. I bought a domain to point to it because it's a shorter link, njrforms.com. So I own that domain, but I pointed it to the contract form system. So you click on that link, it's easier to remember. njrforms.com rather than njrealtor.com/ and then there's something else after that. I often forget what it is. So I just bought the domain njrforms.com and I pointed to it. There's also this great tool, the Legal Resource Library with questions and answer database that are asked to New Jersey Realtors Association's attorneys. If you got questions about the business, about, is this legal? Can you do this? Can you do that? Does this have to be an ad? They've got a database here that you could search their legal resource library. Let me click on it and show you. Okay, I already got my login information there, so let me log in. Okay, so now that I'm logged in, you could type a question in or you could search the database to see questions on various different topics. Or you could just scroll down a little bit and you could see what are the top questions of the day, Can rent be prepaid by tenants in New Jersey?
Yeah.
If an offer is accepted, no more showings. Let's see, they had questions about that. You got questions about these various different topics on the side here and what the top categories people ask questions about. Here, let's look at agency. Oh, wait. When to disclose rebates to buyers. Seller's property condition disclosure statement and the CFA. Fire extinguisher and certificate of inspection. Does state law require portable fire extinguishers in order to obtain a certificate of occupancy? The answer is yes.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
However, our governor, who's blowing up everything on his way out, he actually just removed that as a requirement.
What?
Yes.
Why?
No explanation. He just removed it as a requirement. Now, the reason why it was added as a requirement to have a fire extinguisher in your kitchen or within 10 feet of your kitchen that's under 10 pounds, rated to put out ABC type fires, was signed into law under acting Governor Richard Cody years ago at the suggestion of a fifth grader when there was a rash of, when he was attending a school talking about fire safety, because at the time there was a rash of instances where, the parents are cooking in the kitchen, the kids reach up and they grab the pot handles. This is why they always tell you to turn the pot handles in. They're grabbing the pot or pan handles and a grease poured on the child caught on fire. So what's the parent's immediate reaction? You got a fire, you throw water on it, right? No, worst thing you could do for a grease fire, it spreads the fire, right? So they passed, we had a rash of these instances happening. So that's why the governor was going to schools about school safety, for fire safety. And a fifth grader suggested, why don't you just pass a law that you require a fire extinguisher then? So he did. He passed a law that required fire extinguishers under 10 pounds, so they're small enough to grab and light enough to grab really quick. And they're rated to put out all those common house fires, ABC type fires. Well, the governor, Murphy, he just signed it out of law. No explanation. It's gone. It's not required to get a CO anymore by the state. However, your local municipalities can still keep that as a requirement. And I just learned this because I just sold a condo in Island recently, and that goes through Wood. That's one of the municipalities of Woodbridge. So I went down to Woodbridge. We did the CO inspection, and he didn't have a fire extinguisher. I usually tell people to put in a fire extinguisher. I even carry extra ones with me so I can install if people don't have them. And they said, well, you failed the inspection because it doesn't have the fire extinguisher. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Didn't the governor just remove that as a requirement? They're like, yeah, he did, but we didn't. It's still a requirement in our town, in our township. So we had to go get a fire extinguisher and install it and get it re-inspected now. Okay. So even though he removed it as a state, see, they said the state law require it. Let's see, this is in February. No, I think he removed that after February. So the answer here probably needs to be updated. Let's take a look and see what they say. On February 3rd, 2025, Governor Murphy signed into law this, which updated fire safety standards. It took effect immediately, which removes the requirement for the necessary. Okay, I guess he did it in February, several months back. Removes the requirement for the necessity of a portable fire extinguisher. Okay. But keep in mind, I just told you guys, it can be required still by your local fire officials. So in most cases, it probably will be. I don't know why the governor removed that as a requirement, but either way.
Especially with all the fires and stuff that's going on now.
Yeah. Well, you could read up on this more, and it gives all the details about it. And then they got a link to the New Jersey legislative bill that he signed into law, and you could actually read that. But they give a breakdown explanation. These are New Jersey realtors, attorneys that are giving this to us. So it's a database that's got a lot of interesting questions that you may ask about different things. Like, can rent be prepaid in New Jersey by a tenant?
I say yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look. Any prepaid funds held to secure future rents are considered to be part of the security deposit. This includes the last month's rent. It does not matter how the prepaid funds are labeled. Courts have determined that advance rents in excess of 1.5 times the monthly rental payment violate the security law. So if you're charging first month's rent, a month and a half security, and additional rent you're paying in advance, that would be illegal. Okay. Now, if they charge no security or only a half month security, and you charge the first month's rent, you could get another month's rent paid in advance. You know, because it's considered part of the security.
I was reading that once they purchase, like say they purchased the condo, then they could start prepaying their rent. Like they don't have to wait for the next month's rent. They can they can pay up to like 3 months in advance. But this is at the time of signing.
Yep, this is saying that any prepaid funds held to secure the future rents are considered part of the security deposit. And New Jersey law says the maximum you could charge for security deposit is 1.5 times the monthly rental figure.
Okay.
They say it doesn't matter how you label it. Courts have determined that such advance rents in excess of 1.5 times the monthly rental figure violate the security deposit law. And the landlord may only require 1.5 times. How about this? Can we charge pet security?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as
as long as it's in the
1.5 times the monthly rent, because it doesn't matter how you label it. Pet security, deadbeat security, damages security, you can call it whatever you want. The law says it doesn't matter how you label it. You can't charge more than 1.5 times the monthly rent as security.
But in the contract, every month say I have to pay $50 for my dog. But that's not going far as the security. They're just telling me I have to pay $50.
That's additional rent. That's allowed.
Okay.
They can charge additional rent for your pet.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if your dog is a service animal, because you maybe need it for emotional support. So it's an ESA, emotional support animal. they can't charge any additional fees for having.
So wait a minute. I sent my landlord the letter for my emotional dog. Like he's
Yeah.
a emotional support dog. She's still charging me.
That's illegal.
Thank you.
You know, that's
So
Thank you for letting me know. And I've been here for 3 years and she's been charging me all this money.
Did you provide a letter from your
Yes, I have a letter from the doctor. And from the vet.
just on their letterhead, right?
Yes.
you have to file suit.
Then they cannot charge you. You could bring it up to them. By the way, you've been charging me, $50. Was it a month?
Yeah, every month I have to pay $50 for my dog.
You've been charging me $50 a month for my emotional
Service dog.
animal, my ESA, my own emotional support animal. Emotional support animals are in a different category than pets because they're there to serve necessary medical need. So you cannot be charged additional fees or security for a service animal.
I learned something new. Well, I've been learning some things new, but I really learned something that can help me today.
The database can be very helpful. Look,
Yes, it can.
emotional, or let's just look up. There we go. Emotional support animals. I just started typing it in. Came up. What are the rules regarding emotional support animals for short-term vacation rentals, or the legal obligation of housing providers to make reasonable accommodations to allow such assistance animals not based on length of tenancy? So even if it's just a short-term vacation rental, the landlord has to allow it.
Okay, thank you.
You just learned that.
Yes, I did. I would have bring that to attention. I just paid for that dog again.
How about this? Refusal to rent to a tenant with an emotional support animal. Okay, well, all this stuff is coming up chapter 4. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We can revisit this thing here
So we get to it.
in chapter 4. So let me get off of that, because this is such a useful website with all the possible questions that you could have.
Yeah.
You could find yourself buried in this for hours. I've like finished teaching a class, and then I started going through this, just like perusing through it, just to learn, because I like to hear about stories and see that's interesting. Let me check that out. Oh, let me look more of that up. And then I find out it's 2:00 in the morning, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go to sleep. So this database is a great resource for us that you get with your membership in the Realtors Association. But so I have all these links available to you in that class links Word document. You're not going to need these right now. You need a login to get access to that particular one. And the NJR Forms database, you click on that link, it takes you here. njrealtor.com/zipform. Okay, so that's the link that I have my domain name forwarding to. But mine is njrforms.com. For me, it's easier to remember. So you guys could use it too, because it's just a forwarding. I just use it to forward here so that I could get it, because for some reason, I can't remember the term zip form. I always forget the name of the company. So njrealtor.com/zipform takes you to the same place, the contract form system that we use. And we get access to this with our membership. It's included in our membership.
So we won't get access to that until we pass the test and we get our actual membership.
Correct. Your membership pays for, these are all the tools that you get with membership in the State Association of Realtors.
Okay.
Okay.
So that one about the dog and the rental, I gotta wait to pass to look up all that information?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. But I'll give you screenshots of it if you want. So, Realtor legislate. Now, has she been raising your rent though, or has your landlord been keeping your rent decent?
I mean, every year it raises up maybe about $50, but it doesn't.
So they're raising it irregularly. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
But
she hasn't changed the price on the dog.
Well, that's $50 every month.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's why I'm like, I need to read up on all of that.
they could charge that because they can't charge additional security deposit, you know, so they could charge an additional fee, but not for the emotional.
I had to pay the first month's rent plus the security deposit.
Yeah, not if it's an emotional support animal, though. No additional fees can be charged.
I gotta bring that back up to her attention.
Just security.
Would I do it to the landlord or the realtor that sold me the place?
Well, you're renting, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I don't know, the realtor should know. They shouldn't have ever. You have something on a lease contract that was prepared by a real estate agent?
Yes.
That
My original lease contract.
Had rent, and you said that, and on there it says that it's an emotional support animal?
Well, my form that I have gotten from the doctor and the vet that's saying it's an emotional, yes. It's on a legal document, yes.
And the real estate agent had access to that?
Yes.
That agent did wrong, first of all, and they should have.
Because at first she tried to tell me I couldn't rent the place because I had a dog, and that's when I had to present it that this is an emotional dog for my daughter when her father passed away.
And then she can't deny it.
But then they started charging me the $50 because she didn't want no pets here. But then when I told her emotional dog for my daughter when her father passed away.
As though that was started being charged after the initial inception of the lease, though, right? So the agent,
because when I moved into it, I had the dog already. But when she on the original listing, it said no dogs allowed, no pets allowed.
When did they start charging the additional fees? My question.
When I signed the lease.
So the agent was involved in that.
Yes.
So the agent should have told the property owner they cannot charge you that. Okay. Either way, you need to deal with the owner themselves. The owner.
I need to talk to my landlord.
You got to tell them, hey, you've been charging me additional rent for my emotional support animal, and that is illegal.
Okay. Yeah, because she told me I couldn't throw, and I was like, but I have, documentation that this is an emotional support dog.
The next time, send in your lease, send in your rent check payment with a copy of that letter from your doctor.
Okay.
Now, landlords could require you to produce a new letter each year because basically it's a prescription to show that you still have a medical need for one,
Okay.
It's kind of like a prescription. Prescriptions expire,
Right. Okay. That's something I have to talk to her about.
Yeah. So interesting. Look, I mean, this class may have saved you a lot of money already.
Yes.
All right. So we also have this on the state website, the NJ Realtors website, educating you a lot about what the Realtors organization in New Jersey does. So here's a lot of laws, local, state, and federal laws that our Realtors Association has helped craft. We have a legislative action committees and such that deal with politicians and other issues that affect real estate. They're mainly about it has to sell. We have to be selling real estate all the time, always be selling, That's their stance on all issues. So sometimes we come across issues that I don't agree with the Realtors Association on because their end game is always about selling real estate, selling real estate, selling real estate. So there comes about an issue that came up about senior housing. And should senior housing be available for people to purchase that are not seniors? And then they turn around and rent the property to a senior. What's the whole idea of senior housing? It's for it to be cheaper, for you to get it cheaper, right? Not for you to buy it cheaper and then turn around and mark it up and sell it at a higher or rent it for a higher price to those seniors, But the New Jersey Realtors Association, they take a different stance on it. They don't care what your age is. You should be able to buy in there as long as the occupant is a senior. I look at it at a different view that this actually harms the seniors because it drives up the prices for them because you get somebody who's not related to them. They're buying it as an investor and then they're marking it up and renting it to seniors. At minimum, my argument was it should be that you're not making a profit. You could buy it, but you're not making a profit off of renting it to the seniors. You know, that's the whole spirit of having senior housing. So you could have a relative maybe that's buying it to rent it out to you. You know, that's fine as long as they're not making money off of it. You know. Anyway, I didn't agree with them on. So that's one example of the issues that I don't agree with them on everything. But look, let's look at some of the local laws that the association has changed, dealing with sign ordinances. That was a big one. I remember when they first did that in Edison, where my office was. I had my office in Edison at one time, and they passed an ordinance, and no real estate agents were at the local town hall meetings when they were doing their passing ordinances. You know, the city councils, they pass ordinances and propose law changes. Well, they were trying to handle the issue of bandit signs, you know, the ones where people put up signs, we buy houses, cars for sale, this and that, and they put them up on telephone poles everywhere, and it looks like junk. Well, the town, the city of Edison, they put together they passed a sign ordinance that you need to have permits to put up a sign, even temporary signs. And they did not carve out an exclusion for real estate agents for like open house signs, which are only put up for the weekend, maybe, you know? So the penalty was they took your sign, they threw it in the garbage, and you got like $1,000 or $1,200 fine for each sign.
Oh, wow.
So imagine the first weekend that an open house rolled out, and real estate agents were having hundreds of signs that were taken, disposed of, and $1,200 fine for each one. So immediately now they reached out to the New Jersey Association of Realtors attorneys, and then they went to the city to try to negotiate with the mayor. But it's a lot harder to get laws overturned or changes made to them after they've already been passed. So they instead made an agreement that the sign cannot be put up any more than before that day of the open house and must be removed within 2 hours of the completion of the open house. Otherwise, you'll get that fine. You know, so that's why real estate agents need to be involved in their community. They need to attend their
town hall meetings
and stuff like that. So, and here are some of the towns that they had to deal with. See, Edison's on the list. They had to deal with that with a lot of towns here that passed these sign ordinances.
So if your town is not on it, that means that it doesn't apply to your town?
Check. These are the towns that they had to work with that had prohibited sign ordinances. Now, there still may be sign ordinances. These towns, they had to work with them after they already passed these laws. You know, the ones that, there may be towns that already passed laws but had carving out already for real estate agents, okay? But these are the ones that they helped sign. So let's see what they say here. Signs are a top tool in the realtor's quiver. Open house for sale signs are important to help market properties. So over the years, when local government plans to implement sign ordinances that are prohibitive, the Government Affairs Department has stepped in. New Jersey Realtors has worked with officials in each of the municipalities below to advocate for ordinances which allow signs or defeat those which prohibit them. Check with your local governments for specific rules. So they still want you to check with local governments. And if they have prohibitive sign ordinances, reach out to the Realtors Association. Their attorneys will get on. Okay. But let's see. Certificate of occupancy. The Realtors Association, like with Toms River, we're giving an example here. Toms River saw an increase in real estate transaction delays, some of the highest CO occupancy fees in the state due to a new ordinance. This ordinance requires sellers to obtain a municipal certificate of continued use and occupancy before selling a home, just like most municipalities. New Jersey Realtors, in collaboration with local realtors and realtor boards, successfully advocated for changes in the ordinance, including a streamlined process to reduce the fees while continuing to push for a full repeal. Despite these improvements, New Jersey Realtors remain committed to repealing that ordinance entirely. Toms River Council introduced ordinance, begin repeal process, and ... All right. Rent control, short-term rentals, age-restricted housing. That's the one I don't agree with them on, that they did locally. But look, there's all kinds of other issues on this website. Local issues, state issues, BPOs, CMAs, private well testing acts, property tax issues, independent contractors, us being having the status of independent contractors, which our governor's trying to do away with again. But to preserve independent contractor status in real estate since 2016, when the Real Estate Commission, at the request of NJ Realtors, amended their rules to add the independent contractor status in their regulations. In 2021, New Jersey Realtors worked a new piece of legislation. Okay, because Governor Murphy, he keeps signing into law trying to get rid of independent contractor status, which is interesting. You get all these people that they're all like, oh, it's the other side of the aisle that's all to Wall Street, beholden to billionaires and billionaires and Wall Street executives. In the meantime, they're the ones cozying up, making laws, trying to do away with small businesses where they want you to have union-run shops and the bigger things that back them politically. It's all political nonsense. So this is just showing you how politics plays a role in real estate at all levels. That's the only reason why I talk about it in class, because you need to have a working knowledge about how it affects. Here's an example. Governor Murphy is trying to do away with your independent contractor status. He's trying to do it again right now. He did it a couple of years ago. We put an end to that, but he's trying to do it again. Consumer fraud, limited liability companies, Daniels Law.
Which was Daniels Law? Never heard of that one.
You guys never heard of Daniels Law? There's been a lot of protests for all kinds of issues in the last 8 to 10 years or whatever. All of a sudden, there's class warfare. Everything's about either your race or your gender or your income, and it's like politicians keep pushing division. Okay. The reason being is if they don't do that and they fix these problems, what are they going to have to run on next year? Next election season. So some of these people get crazy that listen to these politicians. There's a lot of crazies out there. And for example, President Trump, Supreme Court justices, right? You had people going out banging pots and pans outside of their house and trying to intimidate them or whatever they were trying to do there. First of all, that's already against the federal law to try to intimidate or harass judges. Okay, but it was in towns that are run by opposite political parties, so they allowed it to happen. They said, oh, it's free speech, even though it's specifically illegal in the law. And now you got these crazies that are actually going and trying to kill judges. One of those Supreme Court justices, somebody was actually on their way. Yeah. He went and he was going to attempt to murder one of them. He ended up changing his mind and turning himself in. So he didn't commit murder. However, Daniels Law was passed because there was a judge who was going to be assassinated by someone. And so when the front door opened, her son opened the front door and got shot and killed. So his name was Daniel. So this is where Daniels Law comes from.
Remember when this happened?
And now all public records, if you are in law enforcement, that means attorneys, judges, police, any area of law enforcement, you can to have your records removed from any public records, because you got all these people that are trying to do this doxing nonsense. They'll publicly post, where your family lives. They're doing it for immigration agents right now. So that's why you're getting some of these activists are like, take the masks off your face so that we can snap pictures of you and find out who you are and then intimidate or kill your family. Well, we made this as a law here that they could remove the information from the public records to try to hide where these judges and attorneys and law enforcement officials live because of this murder that was done of this judge's child. Okay. I think we'll discuss that later on in this chapter. I think I got a video for that, but see, real estate license law updates. There's been a lot of them. Okay, I'm not going to go over all this, but you can see there's a lot of rules that the Real Estate Commission or that the Real Estate Realtors Association helped craft, and also on the national issue, the SALT tax reform, fair housing, national flood programs, 1031 exchange, Veterans Affairs, federal advocacy agenda. Okay, so I don't know what all these issues are about, but let's see, SALT. So December 27, 2017, President Trump signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. All individual provisions of the measure are generally effective, 2018. Okay, there's been an update to this, and I updated our slides about it already, too. And that would expire December 31st, 2025, unless otherwise noted. New Jersey Realtors had a strong advocate. Okay, so basically what happened? You know how everybody's like, Trump's in bed with all the Wall Street millionaires and billionaires and all that. So he's like, no, I'm not, and I'll prove it. You know what? I'm not going to have all these tax deductions for millionaires and billionaires. And so, do millionaires and billionaires generally own properties over $1 million?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So basically, anybody who owns a house over $1 million, you cannot deduct your taxes up to a certain dollar amount. You know, anything over a certain dollar amount, you cannot deduct it off your taxes. Makes sense, right? That's the way that, hey, I'm not just saying it, I'm doing it. Okay? Well, he did that. However, it negatively affected some very high tax states, New Jersey being the highest tax state in the nation. So we are included there. So a lot of the blue states were included because most of the blue states have very, very high taxes. And then they said, well, now you're doing it only against the blue states. And he's like, no, it's based on the dollar amount. It has nothing to do with the politics, what your political affiliation is. If you don't like your high taxes, lower your taxes, and then you don't got to deal with this, right? So this way, it shows the public who's giving you lip service and who's actually doing something, you know? So anyway, the New Jersey Association of Realtors, they protested and they appeased, and then President Trump recently renewed this SALT tax reform, but he raised the dollar figures that you can deduct up to. Okay, so there's been some changes in that. But anyway, we're going to get into that stuff in a later chapter. Spending way too much time on this, but it's interesting information nonetheless, and it is all real estate related. But let's continue on. So let's see, New Jersey Realtors, let's see, you got the blog. If we go to that blog website there, this is a tool you get for free as part of your membership. And they've got a whole video learning library on how to use the website and the mobile app. You see, they got webinars, tutorials, ebooks, printables, and videos that you can watch here, like how to do CMAs and pricing valuations, how to detect market trends and generate all kinds of reports. So, where is it? I want to see the video that shows you how to use the mobile app. See, they got all kinds of guides and stuff that show you about this, but let's see, let's visit RPR now. All right, so I'm not going to log in there. Instead, I'm going to show you this quick video that shows you about the tools.
At Realtors Property Resource, we know that every Realtor's goal is to be successful, maybe even wildly successful. To achieve that goal, you need to be closing deals. But it can be difficult to differentiate yourself from the competition, and that can lead to second-guessing yourself. RPR can help you overcome that feeling and stand out as a realtor. That's why we built the nation's largest property database, exclusive.
I don't know why that circle keeps spinning there. Let me try to get Zoom. Let me modify this streaming and sharing. There we go. This should help.
For realtors, with the ability to search both residential and commercial properties right from the homepage. RPR is a real estate data platform that was designed with you and your success in mind. Its user-friendly and inviting interface allows you to keep tabs on your market areas, conduct powerful, intuitive map searches, farm for prospects, and create a variety of professional-looking reports that you can send to your clients in an instant. RPR isn't a magic button that solves everything.
No, it's not. So I paused the video and we still got this circle going here. I'm not sure why. I got a gigabit connection, so.
RPR isn't a magic button that solves everything. You still have to put in the work and effort, but it is flexible, easy to learn, and provides realtors with access to data, tools, and reporting to help you find clients, impress them, and bring them to the closing table. Because your hard work should lead to success. RPR can be accessed online at narrpr.com and by app on both iOS and Android. RPR Residential covers every corner of your real estate business, from working with buyers to listing presentations and open houses. Quickly access everything from school, tax, foreclosure, and mortgage information to demographics, mapping, flood zones, historical data, and so much more. RPR Commercial provides realtors with a central source of information to target locations and access consumer data for business sites. With one place to access properties, perform research, and conduct site selection analysis without any high premiums, commercial practitioners can stay at the forefront of trends to help attract and retain clients. RPR's Learning Center is where you can get started and learn more. Just go to blog.narrpr.com/learning and choose the specific topic you're interested in, and then narrow down your options. You can then choose your own way of learning, from comprehensive webinars to quick video tutorials, printable guides, and in-depth ebooks. While you're on the blog, don't miss our tips and strategy articles, realtor success stories, and Decoding Real Estate, our podcast that breaks down topics and trends critical to your real estate business. Also, be sure to subscribe to the RPR YouTube channel. It's an easy way to learn more about RPR features and tools and stay current on updates and improvements. And for our new members, we have curated the best of the best under our RPR New Member Toolkit at blog.narrpr.com/new-member. RPR is a benefit of the National Association of Realtors and included in your member dues. Wow your clients and close more deals. Log in to RPR today.
So it's actually a very good tool, and it's free, or it's included in your realtor dues. So why not take advantage of these things that are included that you get, right? So I'm just here introducing you to some of these tools. I'm teaching you things that other schools definitely do not give you. So, and hopefully your brokers would. Let's see if they do. Or you got to stumble across them on your own. But once again, you could bury yourself in hours and hours of learning on how to market yourself and how to use these tools. But it's a lot of good training and information there. Let's see. So here's some more designation classes that you could take. You know, what is a designation course? Well, you guys can take training courses on learning how to do things within the real estate field. But you could also learn about, you could take classes that when you complete the designation course, you get to put a couple of initials behind your name on your business card, or a logo for that specialization on your business card. Here's some examples of some of the classes. The Short Sale Foreclosure Resource, CDPE, that's a Certified Distressed Property Expert. It's similar to that one. ePro, to learn about how to integrate technology in your real estate business. CRS is a good one. For this one, you need to work in the business for a few before you could actually get that designation, because it requires you to take certain classes, but it also requires you to have so many closings. But when you become a CRS agent, you become a member of their referral network. So you could refer to other agents. So if you got a referral to somebody across the country, and you don't know of any agents in that area or if they're any good or not, how do you know you're not just referring the lead to somebody who's going to throw it away? CRS agents have a higher closing rate, so they're more likely to make the deal happen. So you can look them up in that database, and then you could refer the business to another CRS agent. SRES, that's the Senior Real Estate Specialist. That class is a couple hours long, and you could get that designation, and it teaches you how to deal with seniors and their particular and unique needs. And look, often seniors own homes, and they don't need those big homes anymore. Maybe they can't handle them. It's time for them to downsize, sell the big house. Well, they're empty nesters. The kids grew up, moved out. Time to sell that house. Maybe get something a little bit smaller and move. But how do you pack up all your stuff? How do you sell all the stuff you no longer need? How do you get the financing? Well, the SRES, the Senior Real Estate Specialist class, will teach you about those issues. You have the CCIM if you want to be involved in commercial real estate. This is like the holy grail to get. Not many agents have the CCIM certification. It's about 10 or 12 modules. Each module is about $1,000 class. And it requires you to pass an exam and do it requires performance too. You have to have so many listings and so many sales and so many leases of different types of properties before you could officially become a CCIM agent. But once you are, and you reach that designation, you become like the lead agent on these $100 million commercial deals, Certified New Home Specialist and Certified Residential Construction Certified Specialist. I'm going to have a video on the next slide that's going to show you about those. I actually got those a long time ago. Those are good designations to get. I got it when they were sending you the book and DVDs, Now they got it streaming online, and you have access to that. And then a CMA workshop. I told you guys about this before. Wouldn't you like to learn how to value homes and get taught how to do it by an appraiser, a licensed appraiser? Well, you could take that through Ottawa. This is a group of New Jersey located appraisers that put together this group. They put together all kinds of consulting that they do for all kinds of firms, but they also put together classes for real estate agents on how to teach you to do a basic CMA. Okay. And who do you think is going to teach you how to do a better job? Your brokers or a licensed appraiser on how to value homes? A licensed appraiser will do a better job. And this class is less than $100. It's worth it. I try to take it every year if at all possible, because of the additional support materials they give you as well. All right, so you can learn about these designations and many more by going to nova.realtor/education/designations-and-certifications, or go to njrealtor.com/education/designations-and-certifications. So both of these will show you all these different kinds of courses that you could get. Here's that new construction certified and residential certified designation class. Let me optimize the video for sharing and let you guys watch this one. We're almost done with this chapter.
Hi, I'm Teresa Walsh, and I want to thank you for taking a few minutes with me to learn about our national designation training, Residential Construction Certified and Certified New Home Specialist. Now, I know you're here because you want to learn about new home sales, new home opportunities out there. Well, I'm excited to tell you that our training is going to not only open your eyes to the opportunities in there in your market area, we're going to teach you how to do the business right. Because you know what? You don't get a second chance to make that first impression. One way you could get into the new homes arena is builder representation. We're going to teach you how to identify these small, medium-sized builders, how to sell your services to the builders, most importantly, be a success. So for example, if you find one of these small, medium-sized builders, they have 25, 35 home sites, you know you have 25, 35 paychecks coming your way. You can't do that in resale. Another massive opportunity in new homes is new home buyer representation. It's interesting. I talk to a lot of real estate professionals. We attend these national real estate conventions, and it doesn't occur to the majority of real estate professionals to market themselves as a new home buyer representative. Let's capture these buyers before they go to the builders. Be known as the go-to agent in new home sales. You can't sell a buyer what you're comfortable selling. You have to sell that buyer what's right for them. So many agents steer buyers to resale because they're not comfortable talking new homes. They don't want to wait for their commission. But again, it's all about building that pipeline, creating your referral business, because when you can demonstrate value to your buyers, you're going to get loyalty. They're going to tell their friends, and away you go, building a name for yourself and your market as the go-to agent for new homes. And one last massive opportunity is infill construction. This is tear down, rebuild opportunities. Investors are looking to invest their money in these projects. We're going to teach you how to identify the opportunities, how to package these deals, and participate in the success of these projects. So I've shared a few things with you today. I'm super excited to tell you that our training is all online. So it's available whenever you are. You create a username and password, log in whenever you want. If it's 20 minutes today, an hour next week. But when you're done with those full 22 hours of training, you've earned 2 national designations, Residential Construction Certified, which teach you all the parts and pieces of a home from the ground up. We're in an HGTV world. You need to understand the product that you're selling. Certified New Home Specialist is going to share some of the ideas I shared with you today and then some. We had a national organization do an independent study, and they found that agents that have our National Certified New Home Specialist designation on average earn $53,000 more per year. You have nothing to lose. We have a full 90-day money-back guarantee. That means go through the full 22 hours of training. If you are not thrilled, if you don't feel you're going to be able to go out there, make it happen, give us a call. We will give you a full refund. So I want to thank you again for spending a few minutes with me today. And I hope that you're going to look at investing in your future and taking new home sales and making it a part of your real estate career. Thank you again so much, and I wish you all the best.
So there we go. That's not a bad deal, you know. You pay for the training, and if you're not happy with it, you get a full refund. Okay. This is actually a pretty good course. It teaches you about all the details about construction so that you could talk in a knowledgeable way to builders and contractors, you know. Hey, on average, you know, you make a lot more money too if you got the certification, you know, if you actually put the tools to use. Okay, so that's the, here, I'll share the link with you. And look, these also are accepted as CRS designation courses that you could take these classes and work towards your CRS designation by taking these courses as well. Although this is not a NAR class. You know, NAR makes a lot of money selling us classes for all kinds of crap. And then they charge you every year in order to keep the designation after you earned it. You know, well, some designation courses are not owned by NAR, and they don't do that like these ones. Once you earn them, you earn them. So.
Hi, I'm Teresa Walsh, and I want to thank.
Now, let me get it this way. I'll go to their website and I'll get it. And if we actually go to the website, there are other designation courses that they have now too here. They have new construction certified and certified construction specialist. Okay, this looks like pretty cheap. When I took it, it was like $1,600. So let me see. This is the designation course. It may not include all the additional materials, though. They may charge extra for that. I don't know. Let me see. This is one package. So if you see their training and products, just click on that. You can see all the different kinds of courses they have. Certified new home specialist and residential remodeling, residential construction, certified new home specialist, our estimate. I don't know. Let me go to their homepage and see. Yeah, here we go. Certified new home specialist, residential construction certified, residential remodeling specialist, remodeling cost estimator. Either way, they give you a lot of good information here. But these courses, I remember them being a lot more money. And they may be still, if it includes all of the marketing, like they give you sample forms and marketing materials and stuff to use. Let me click on one of these. Choose your training package, explore marketing tools.
So do you advise to take these courses after we finish with this one?
Yeah, I mean, this is a good course to take. You know, it teaches you information that most agents don't know. Teaches you about just the basic architectural of a building. Look, in this one, you could get the training package and including the tools like all the estimators, the forms, the contracts. Here's some of the tools that they include that they give you. So I guess because the training package was kind of pricey, so they broke it down where you could just get the training or you could get the tools or you could buy them both. So let me see how they got this. Yeah, okay, here we go. And this makes more sense. Because that previous one, it was like 2 payments of $200. Well, that's still for these 2 ones. But if you want to include these 2, along with the tools that they give you, all the contracts, forms, and other tools, then it costs more. So you got to really compare these or give them a call and find out, you know, what the differences are. So they have 3 different classes that they have now. And the tools. Yeah, so it's still cheaper than what I paid. Like I said, I paid like $1,600 for 2 books, with all the forms and stuff, and sets of DVDs for both of these classes. Anyway, I'll share this information with you guys in the chat window. I said I was going to do that, so yeah.
After we get the state license.
You can take these classes before.
Oh, okay.
It's just that once you do get licensed, you know, check, you may get CE credits for taking these classes. So check with them and submit it so that you could get the CE credits for taking the class too.
I see.
Okay. So the class itself is cheaper now. See, 1 payment of $499 or 2 payments of, so they break it down. They give you payment options now. And keep in mind, this is all tax deductible, provided you make real estate, you know, money in real estate. You could deduct this against your income because it is a business expense.
And you can add it in your resume, right? This one.
You add it to your resumes, or more importantly, you actually use it in real estate to make more money.
Right, that is true. Yeah.
You know. That's the goal here, after all, while you're doing this, right?
Of course, yeah. No, but when you have to work under the broker, you have to find the broker. So you have to show them the certificate, right?
Oh no, you don't got to show the broker any of this stuff. The broker, listen, the broker is going to hire anybody who walks in their front door if you have a real estate license.
I see.
Most brokers, you know. I like to interview people first to find out if they're a little crazy, okay? Because I've dealt with some people and I just don't want to, you know. So, you know, some brokers are a little picky. They may interview you a little bit first and, you know, let you talk about yourself. But, you know, before you talk, you know, you should be interviewing the broker too to find out some stuff about the brokerage.
Right.
But I like to interview the agents to find out a little bit about them to see if they're going to be a problem for me, if they're going to be a headache that I need to be constantly monitoring. I may not hire every agent because of that, you know. So you may have other brokers out there like that too, but the majority of brokers, you come into them with a license, they'll hire you, you know, and they'll just try to keep an eye on you, you know. For me, I got better things to do with my time than keep an eye on somebody if I could just interview them outward. You know, some higher end brokerage firms in Richie areas, they require you to take a test online in order to work at the brokerage firm.
Oh, okay.
I know there's some in Westfield that do this, as an example. And basically, it's actually an interview sheet of questions. They ask you like to see if you're proficient, if you know how to do certain calculations, certain situations, to now find out your psychology, where you're coming from mentally. You know, they're actually tests that are put together by psychologists and people involved in the real estate business to try to find out if this is an agent worthy of hiring or if they're going to be a pain in the ass and a major headache. But most brokerages, they don't do that. Okay. All right. So we're done with chapter 3, which was a long one. There are 4 key terms to review. At the end of each chapter, I like to do the key terms to review with you guys, and we're going to do them. But let me first throw out the after lunch attendance poll here for everybody. And then we'll do these key terms to review at the end of chapter. Starts on page 60.
I'm done.
Where's everybody else?
Done. And done.
I guess we had somebody else in earlier, didn't come back, but okay. We still got somebody needs to answer. Jan Alex, is that you?
I did it. I did it.
Yeah, I guess I'll give them a minute. I'll leave the attendance poll up there for a minute. Jan Alex, if that's you, if you could answer the attendance poll. Let's start off with the key terms to review. Key terms 1. There are 4 key terms to review at the end of this chapter. All right. Regulations prohibiting price fixing.
And antitrust law.
Correct. 2 is A, antitrust law. Principal who engages an agent. Client. 6 is B. An agent who takes the buyer as the principal.
Buyer broker.
The buyer's broker. 5 is C. Person authorized by another to act under a power of attorney.
Attorney in fact.
When in fact they're not an attorney. Correct. 3 is D.
D.
Third person in a transaction, not the principal.
Customer.
They're a customer. 9 is E. Written explanation of business relationships.
CIS.
The Consumer Information Statement, the CIS. 8 is F. Broker's usual compensation.
Commission.
7 is G, commission. All right, now, these last 2, I think that they should be flipped, but let's go one at a time here. One who is authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation.
Broker.
A broker, right?
Yes.
All right, well, the book has it down as the correct answer, agent, but I agree with you, it should be the broker.
Okay.
Because that's the one who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and then charge the public fees for those services, right? That's a broker.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one.
4 is going to be 8, right?
So I would say 4 is H, even though the book has 1 listed as H. I would say 4 is H.
And 1 is?
1 authorized to.
And 1 authorized to act for another. Well, that would be an agent.
It's an agent, right? Yeah. That's the left. Yeah.
So So one is H. I'm sorry, one is
I.
I.
IADHCB, as in Georgia, FE.
Now, on the test, would they trick it up with that agent and broker one?
This is just the book manufacturer. I think they all the questions that we have on our school exam, the majority of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are provided by the book manufacturer. But I went over all of them and I reworded the ones that were kind of tricky. You know, I hate that when they do that. So I kind of made them so they're pretty much straightforward. But still, state exam can give you the ones that sound a little bit tricky too. But I want you guys to know the basic understanding of the terminology there. Okay. And the reason why the book manufacturer, I could see the reason why they could get those mixed up, but I think they got them mixed up. Because an agent is authorized to act on someone's behalf, right? It even says that in the book if we go back earlier in this chapter.
Correct.
But who is authorized to act on someone's behalf and charge fees for the services you perform? That's a broker. So that's why I put broker as the answer there. So 4 is H and 1 is I.
I.
Okay. So let me also make a notation here in the let's see, page 60, review questions or key terms. Key terms 1. Answers H and I reversed. Just want to give them a little feedback. Stuff is wrong. Key terms 2 now. Revealing to another any pertinent information.
That one.
Disclosure.
He had that one.
Disclosure 1 is A. Salesperson whose broker pays Social Security, regulates their hours, etc.
General agent.
Employee.
What do you call a salesperson whose broker pays their Social Security and regulates their hours? They could dictate what they can have mandatory meetings. They're an employee. 3 is B. Person who enjoys the trust. This is weirdly worded. Person who enjoys the trust of another to act in the person's best interest.
Person who enjoys the trust of another to act in a person. That is
Fiduciary relationship.
To act in a person.
Principal.
It's like a power of attorney, but I don't see
It's actually the principal. 8 is C.
Okay.
The principal. So
wouldn't that be like also a power of attorney?
Well, the thing is, it's weirdly worded. So let's examine how it's worded here for a second.
Okay.
What do you call, let me reword it in my head out loud for you here too. What do you call a person who enjoys the trust and confidence of another who's acting in the person's best interest? So that would be, who's acting in your best interest? That's your agent, right? They're your fiduciary, right? However, the person who's enjoying the trust and confidence of that other person who's acting on your behalf, well, that's your client, that's your principal. Yeah, it's kind of, I hate the way they got it worded. It's really confusing, but that's how they come to that understanding of it being a principal. 8 is C. Agency representing both the seller and the buyer.
Dual agency.
2 is D, dual agency. Party who represents another in a fiduciary relationship.
Fiduciary relationship.
What party who represents another in a fiduciary relationship? What do you call the person who owes someone else fiduciary duties?
Fiduciary.
A fiduciary. 4 is E. So ask yourself a question about these statements. Ask yourself a question about the question. This is what I mean when I tell people to do that on exams. And then the answer should come to you. Intentional misleading of another who is thereby harmed. What do you call intentional misrepresentation?
Fraud.
Fraud. 6 is F. Special relationship of trust and confidence between a principal and an agent.
Yeah, then is 5. Is E.
Fiduciary relationship. 5 is
Yeah.
G. One who is empowered to act for a wide range of actions.
General agent.
A general agent. 7 is H. Because a general agent can do more than a special agent, right? Special agents in narrow scope, general agent. Anytime you hear the word general in this class, general agent, general liens, there's general something else we're going to learn about too. I forget what it is off the top of my head now. But anytime you hear the word general, do this with your hand. Talking in general.
General.
It's a
Like why?
Yeah, it's a wider scope. You're talking general about stuff. You're talking about
Broader.
right? It's a broader spectrum. Exactly. So a general agent can do more than a special agent. Okay?
Right.
What can a general agent do that a special agent cannot? They could legally bind to a contract. Okay. Special agents cannot. All right.
Wide range. Okay.
Let's do key terms 3 now. One who facilitates a transaction without functioning as an agent. Ask yourself a question about the question. If you're working with somebody in a transaction, but you're not functioning as their agent, how would you be
Transaction broker. Okay.
Sorry? What did you say?
The last one. Transaction broker?
Yes. 16 is A, transaction broker. You see, when you ask yourself a question about the question, it's actually easier than trying to ponder what the hell they're trying to ask of you. You ask the question in advance. When authorized to act for another in a specific transaction?
Special agent.
14 is B, a special agent. Illegal sharing of a commission with the seller. What do we call illegal sharing of a commission with anybody?
Pooping?
Kickback.
Kickback. 2 is C.
2 is D.
2 is C.
C.
It's a kickback. Rules governing conduct of agents.
Rules of law
of agents? No, law.
Yeah, is D, law of agency. 4 is
right,
D.
yeah.
And David. Agreement between the buyer and the seller on major points, on all the major points of the contract. What do we say when we're in agreement on all the key points of a contract?
Independent contractor? No.
What do you call the agreement?
And the seller on major
The agreement between the buyer and the seller on all the major points of the contract. It is said that we've come to a
meeting of the minds.
Meeting of the minds. 6 is E.
Oh.
A written authorization allowing one person to act on behalf of another.
Power of attorney.
That's a power of attorney. 8 is F. The one employing the one employing an agent, the client.
The one employing the agent, the client.
Yeah. If you're an agent to somebody,
sub-agent,
what can you also refer to your client as? So it says the one employing an agent, the client. The client is also referred to as
principal.
The principal. 9 is G. You see, you got to get in the habit of asking a question about the question. In this case, it's not a question, but a statement. But it works the same way. The answers often pop out at you, or at least make it a little bit easier to try to figure out if you do it in this way. The one who brings about a sale.
Salesperson.
And therefore, they're the one that's owed the commission. What if you got 2 salespeople there in dispute as to who's owed the commission? Who's the one that's owed the commission?
The one that do the most work.
And how do you prove that? It's difficult to prove. But what do you call the person who is proven to have done the most work and owed the commission?
Procuring costs.
Procuring cause of the sale. 10 is H. An agent of an agent is a...
Salesperson?
Don't even look at the answer options. An agent of an agent. What do you-
Independent
Sales.
contractor.
what do you
No,
call an
sub-agent.
Another agent? Sub-agent. There you go. Well, sub-agent. 15.
And what is for H? Sorry, what is for H? No, not for H. I made a boo-boo. The one employee and agent, the client that I got, the one who brings sale, that's a salesperson, right?
We didn't do salesperson yet.
Which letter are you talking about? For which letter are you looking
So
for?
I need answer for H, the one who brings about a sale.
10.
The procuring cost.
10 is H. Yeah. And 15 was I. An agent of an agent is a sub-agent.
And H is, okay.
Contract by which the owner retains a broker to help them find a buyer. What do we call the contract by which an owner retains a broker to find a buyer?
Independent contractor? I don't know why I want to keep saying that.
Eventually you'll get it right?
Right.
There's only twice a day.
Contract by which owner retains a broker to
So what do
find
you call a contract? Ask yourself a question about the question. What do you call the contract by which an owner retains a broker?
A
So
salesperson?
they're hiring a broker to find a buyer.
A salesperson.
What are we looking for? We're looking for a contract. What do you call a contract?
An agreement.
What do you call the contract where an owner hires a broker to help them get a buyer?
A listing.
A listing agreement. 5 is J. 5 is J. Listing agreement, right? That's a contract where an owner retains a broker to find them a buyer. It's a listing agreement. 5 is J. Harmless exaggeration as salesmanship.
Puffing.
Puffing.
Okay.
11 is K. It's statements, they're exaggerated statements of opinion done as part of salesmanship. As long as they're not done to deceive somebody, they're encouraged. You're supposed to be puffing.
Okay.
That's what we mean when we say, sell it, do it, sell it. Ma, isn't this the most gorgeous floors you've ever seen in your life? They're so gleaming, you could practically eat off of them.
That's puffering.
Eating off of nobody's floor. I mean, it's a statement of opinion, though, as part of salesmanship, you know? Look at this backyard. It's like your own private oasis back here. Come on. Oasis? Yeah,
Right.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So these are statements of opinion as part of salesmanship. It's allowed. Okay, salesperson. What do you call a salesperson who sets their own hours, pays their own estimated income taxes, etc.?
Can I say it now?
Go ahead.
Independent contractor.
Yeah. Now you can't use it again. Discoverable by a normal, prudent inspection. A problem not discoverable by a prudent visual. Prudent just means thorough. You know, problem discovered by a normal, thorough inspection.
3, latent?
Yes.
Yeah. 3 is M, latent defect.
Yep.
Legislation requiring the communication to the
Person licensed to assist a real estate broker.
Salesperson.
You better get that one right. 13 is N. Legislation required that communities be alerted to the presence of convicted sex offenders.
Megan's Law.
Megan's Law.
7 is O. And one qualified and prepared to purchase. What do we call that person?
Ready, willing, and able buyer.
Yep, they're a ready, willing, and able buyer. 12 is P.
So what is 13? A salesperson, what's the number? What's the
N as in Nancy.
N as in Nancy.
N as in Nancy. So L, C, M, D, J, E, O, F, G, H, K.
P.
T as in Tom, okay.
P as in pop.
Peter.
P as in pool.
P, sorry. P. PNBIA. Okay, thank you so much.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, there's one more key terms to review on the next page. Yes, there's 4 of them for this chapter.
Oh.
Now, before we get into this last one, go down to letter G and cross out the word fraud next to letter G. Cross out the word fraud and right above it, unintentional misrepresentation.
Okay.
Unintentional misrepresentation.
Okay.
And then next the letter H, where it has the word fraud, cross out the word fraud, because you can't use the word to define itself. So cross out the word fraud next to letter H and write just misrepresentation.
Okay. Got it.
All right. And you know what? Make an invitation here next to letter C. At the end of the line, you're not crossing anything out. At the end of the line, just write NAR, N-A-R.
C, right? Member of a privileged national organization, NAR?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's start. Unintentional deception committed in ignorance.
Unintentional. It is
Description, commitment, ignorance.
Fraudulent, misrepresentation, innocence.
Unintentional deception committed in ignorance because you don't know any better.
Innocence.
Number 8.
Innocent misrepresentation. 6 is A.
6 is A? Innocent?
Yeah.
Innocent
So it's unintentional. Okay.
Yeah, but it's committed because of your ignorance, meaning you don't know any better. And who would that apply to usually? The homeowner, right? So they're not expected to have expertise in the subject matter, you know. So if they deceived somebody, but it was totally not their intention, and they didn't have the knowledge that they should have known better, well, then it would be innocent misrepresentation. 6 is A.
Wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
Because on my notes from your screenshot, it says negligence is unintentional represented by someone who should have
known better. That's not what this is saying. This is saying by someone who's ignorant. That means you don't know any better. You're ignorant. You don't know any better.
Okay.
Okay. So 6 is A. Real estate equivalent of malpractice coverage.
I would say New Jersey Realtors. No.
Okay, what do we call the insurance that we're required to carry that's the equivalent of the medical malpractice insurance that a doctor carries?
E&O.
E&O.
NAR.
No, E&O. NAR, that's
error and omission, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep, E&O. And omissions insurance. 3 is B.
Yeah.
As long as they put that malpractice on, I'm always going to remember E&O.
What do they just...
Member of a private.
What do we call the insurance that a real estate agent has to carry?
That is...
That's E&O. Yeah, it's just another way. I didn't use the word malpractice. You know, the equivalent of medical doctor's malpractice, you know? So I mean, they use the word malpractice all the time, so don't associate it to that, you know? Just know that the insurance that we carry, in case we make mistakes or we omit something from a contract, we forget to write something in a contract, the insurance coverage that we got that would cover us for that is E&O, errors and omissions insurance. 3 is...
That's the real estate insurance.
Yep.
Okay.
E&O
is real estate insurance.
That's the insurance that we carry for conducting our business. 3 is B. Member of a private national organization, NAR. What do we call the member of NAR? National Association of what?
New Jersey Realtors.
What does NAR stand for?
New Jersey Realtors. New Jersey Realtors.
National Association of Realtors.
National.
Oh, National Association of Realtors.
Association of
C is
Realtors.
7.
So the members are called realtors.
Yes.
So 10 is C.
Which one is C?
10 is
7.
C. What do you call the member? It started off with member. They're looking for the member. The member is called a realtor.
Okay.
Yep. So 10 is C. Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join. Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join. What do you call that group? That statewide group.
New Jersey Realtors?
9 is D, New Jersey Realtors.
Statewide.
Designation awarded for advanced studies. We actually didn't read it, but this is usually I go over that when we get into the into all the training classes. I go to the NARS website and go over all their designations. There's one called GRI, Graduate Realtor Institute. It's like they refer to it as a designation for advanced study. It could actually be used. You could take that course to substitute taking a broker's class. At least
So they call that the GRI?
Yeah, Graduate Realtor Institute, GRI. It's a class you could take to learn a little bit about residential, a little bit about commercial, how to qualify agents, how to work with agents, this and that and the other thing. It teaches you a little bit about this and that and the other thing, you know? So they refer to that as an advanced degree in real estate. Okay. So 5 is E, the GRI, Graduate Realtor Institute. Problem when serving the best interest of both the client and yourself.
Problem when serving the best interest of the client and yourself.
Don't even look at the answer options. Let me read it to you again. I'm telling you, don't even look at the answer options. This is another test taking tip I'm giving you.
Okay.
Don't look before you ever look at answer options. Try to formulate the answer in your head. What do you call it when you're looking for the best interest of your client as well as your own?
Code of ethics?
No.
Second one, conflicts of interest.
It's a conflict of interest. If there's definitely a conflict there, you can't look out for your client's best interest as well as your own best interest. It's one or the other. You got to put your client's interest above all others, including your own. There's a conflict. So 2 is F, conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Okay. Intentional misrepresentation committed by someone who should have known better.
Negligence. Negligence?
Negligence. 8 is G. Intentional misrepresentation.
Fraudulent.
That's fraud. Yeah, fraudulent misrepresentation. 4 is H. Competence that's normally expected.
Standard of care.
11 is I. Standards of conduct adopted by realtors.
Yeah, that's code of ethics.
1 is J, the code of ethics. Private, nationwide organization of brokers and salespeople.
That's National Association of Realtors.
That's National Association of Realtors, or NAR. 7 is K. And remember, guys, technically only your broker can be a realtor. Everyone else is associated. They get their membership under the broker through their association with their broker. So you'll be a realtor associate. Your broker is a realtor, and all of their agents are realtor associates.
Okay.
That's the technically correct way to think of things there.
Can you repeat one more time? Broker.
No. Your broker, only a broker can be a member of the Association of Realtors. So the broker is the member. So only a broker can be a realtor, because that's what we call the members of the Association of Realtors. They're realtors. You guys get your membership. Anyone working under a broker gets their membership through their affiliation with the broker. They can't be a broker unless they're affiliated with a member, a realtor. So everyone else who gets their membership through their broker is a realtor associate.
Realtor associates.
Correct.
But the word realtor really means the membership.
Yeah, realtor is
It's the
just
broker's membership.
realtor is what you call members of the Association of Realtors, National Association of Realtors. Their members are called realtors.
Yep.
Okay. It just means you're a member of a national trade organization. It's not a license type. It's just what we call the members of this trade association.
Trade association.
Deals with real estate, right?
Yes.
All right, and that concludes chapter 3.